never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Jurors have convicted FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried on 7 federal counts of fraud and conspiracy after a month-long trial featuring nearly 20 witnesses. Bankman-Fried potentially faces over 100 years in prison. The trial, initially projected to extend until Thanksgiving, concluded rapidly, with jurors reaching a verdict in just over 4 hours. Earlier today, the House approved an aid package to Israel, marking the first significant test of Representative Mike Johnson's speakership. The bill, although still facing challenges in becoming law, passed with a vote of 226 to 196. The package aims to provide $14.3 billion to Israel as it expands its military operations in Gaza. This weekend is leading to a dangerous time to drive.
As daylight saving time ends this weekend, AAA urges motorists to exercise caution while traveling. Clocks will be set back 1 hour at 2 a.m. on Sunday in most states, leading to fewer daylight hours. AAA warns that drivers will encounter sun glare during their Monday morning commute. I'm John Schaefer.
Navy Admiral Lisa Franchetti becomes the first woman to lead the U.S. Navy as Chief of Naval Operations and will also be the first woman to hold a permanent position on the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Her nomination, delayed due to Senator Tuberville's hold on confirmations, has now been confirmed by the Senate. Tuberville's protest pertains to Pentagon abortion policies. A new decades-old Beatles song is out. John Lennon wrote and recorded Now and Then decades ago, and AI technology allowed for all of the Beatles to contribute to the song. It includes guitar parts recorded by George Harrison before his death, Ringo Starr's drumming, and Paul McCartney's bass and piano. This is USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Hunter Biden alleges that right-wing critics are exploiting his addiction. In a recent USA Today op-ed, President Biden's son stated that his struggle has been manipulated as fuel for a malicious and prolonged disinformation effort aimed at his father. He further described it as a comprehensive effort to destroy his reputation, which encompasses congressional inquiries and charges related to gun purchases that he made in 2018. Tensions are growing on college campuses around the country as students continue protesting over the Israel-Hamas war. Some students have accused pro-Palestine protesters of anti-Semitism. New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik discusses the issue on Fox and Friends.
Shame on Harvard and all of these institutions for not taking a strong stance on this. We will put on the floor a resolution condemning anti-Semitism on college campuses, another area where Republicans will lead.
Adam Schiff, a California Democratic congressman and Senate hopeful, is under scrutiny for declaring a Maryland home as his primary residence while simultaneously claiming a homeowner's tax exemption for a smaller condo in Burbank. This tax strategy saves him $7,000, though various sources suggest his full-time residence is in Maryland. Schiff's campaign office insists that the Burbank condo is his primary residence despite his children living in Maryland. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What do you say? With the flip of a switch, a little whiff of ozone. It's that time again, believe it or not. Wow. Thought we just said farewell for another day, but here we go. We close out a Thursday. We are ready to roll into a Friday, as we will turn the page on the calendar from time zone to time zone, respectively, working our way into the third day of November. So gather around. Good to have you on board. It's a full 5 hours, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. I'm ready for the warm-up. They tell us there's a warm-up coming. I guess we could suffice it to say the coldest is behind us from this first Arctic blast. We still have some freeze warnings there in central Georgia, frost advisories down into central and not quite far as south as we've seen the last several nights, but one more chilly night And the warm-up really does begin in earnest from the heart of the country and continues to sweep eastward. Temperature's going to be moving several degrees higher each day through the weekend. Looking at the big picture as far as precip is concerned tonight, yeah, really we're just keeping an eye on the Pacific Northwest. What they're calling the Pineapple Express, the train of storms that will be coming into the Pacific Northwest and sweeping inland for the days ahead. It's going to be soggy. First system began coming in midweek Wednesday. Yeah, that is now pushing rain through portions of Montana. We've got some showers in southern Idaho. Higher elevations there in northwest Wyoming, maybe a few flakes of snow. Nothing to be concerned with as far as traveling along the pass levels there. But how about the warm-up? Yes, this will be a noteworthy warm-up for more than 150 million people in the southern and eastern portions of the country, lasting through the weekend. Right on the heels of some of the coldest air and the first accumulating snow since the past spring and late winter. The bulk of the warm-up and the dry weather will be centered on the weekend for most areas. Outdoor plans, football games, business and pleasure travel. We should have a decent weekend. No major hiccups from Mother Nature. A lot of folks are going to be able to shed those long sleeves and those heavy winter coats for maybe a light jacket. And don't forget the sunglasses. Some may even be fine during the midday and afternoon hours with shorts and short sleeves again. From the pit of the chill we saw Wednesday and Thursday morning to the peak of the afternoon warmth this weekend, temperatures are going to rebound from 25 to as much as 50 degrees in many locations. Atlanta, for example, where it's, again, another cold night tonight, you were at 34 degrees Wednesday morning. You're going to recover to the middle 70s by the time we get to the second half of the weekend. Actually, a few degrees above the norm for this time of year. That's an even more significant rebound for cities like Nashville and Houston, where we saw lows in the upper 20s and mid-30s Thursday morning, respectively. Nashville, you'll be in the mid-70s Sunday, upper 70s by Monday. Houston, afternoon temps surging to the lower 80s by Sunday. And they're talking probably mid-80s early next week. Now, by early next week in both of those cities, the positive temperature rebound is going to be closer to that 50-degree change. Further to the northeast, New York City, after a cold start, 35 Thursday morning. Both of our weekend days will be in the lower 60s. That's a 25, 30-degree temperature rise. There's even a good chance New York City may snap that streak of rainy weekends, which is currently at 8. Conditions should be nearly ideal for the New York City Marathon, which is coming up on Sunday. Yes, thousands of runners from everywhere converging on New York City this weekend. We'll break down more specifically the forecast there for the marathon. Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., you were bottoming out of the lows of 34 Thursday morning, both cities. You'll see a rebound, highs in the upper 60s Sunday, maybe even closer to 70 degrees as we roll into next Monday. After a low in the upper 20s Wednesday morning, Chicago, you've already begun the rebound. Thursday afternoon, you're hovering in the mid-50s. You'll have some clouds, maybe some spotty rain drifting through that region for your Friday and Saturday. A little upward progression in temperatures, highs ranging from the mid-50s to near 60. The I-94, Minneapolis, highs ranging from the upper 40s to mid-50s here for your Friday. And on through the weekend, you also could see a bit of rain. At 1,100 miles further to the east, Boston. Similar temperatures, highs in the mid-50s to near 60 for Friday, Saturday, as well as Sunday. One area where daytime temperatures will remain pretty steady will be across the Sunshine State. A stiff north to northeast breeze will funnel some moist air in from the Atlantic. So you'll see clouds and maybe sporadic showers. Most of those showers will be along the east coast of Florida. Those same conditions will be creating some rough surf and strong rip currents for those still venturing out into the waters there. Now, while many may welcome the warm, dry conditions, drought is becoming more of a problem in the southeast. In many locations from Tennessee to Alabama, Georgia, the Carolinas, drought conditions have worsened over the past couple of weeks, remaining at extreme to even exceptional levels in much of Louisiana and Mississippi. As we progress on through the fall and more leaves come down on dormant brush, that fresh, dry fuel will be highly susceptible to catching fire. There have been some active wildfires in recent weeks in the South. Haven't only made the air smoky, but combined with fog in some locations, we recall that deadly pile up with more than 160 vehicles there in Louisiana a couple weeks ago. So in the Southeast, forecasters urging extreme caution when using outdoor power equipment, grills, and open flames. Avoid parking your vehicle over a high brush where the hot exhaust could ignite a fire. Never toss burning cigarettes on the ground. And that also translates to the Mississippi River. We've been watching through the summer months the low water levels impacting barge traffic. We had seen a bit of rain, some significant rain, funneling into the Mississippi. We have been seeing a bit of a rise in the lower Mississippi. But as these dry conditions continue, forecasters are now telling us we could probably expect more record low water levels along the Mississippi as we continue through the fall and head into early winter. Mentioned New York City. It's the big New York City Marathon this weekend. Most runners, they tell us, should be happy with the weather on tap. The forecast stands in stark contrast to the recent extremes in the Northeast as of late. We had seen near record temperatures in the 80s last week, followed by the coldest weather since last spring in the 30s and 40s in the days leading up to this weekend. But this is big, the annual run that covers 26.2 miles through all 5 boroughs, starting in Staten Island, before heading through portions of Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, and the Bronx. The first wave of runners is the professional wheelchair division, which head off at 8 a.m. Professional runners start at 8:40 and 9:05 a.m. in several waves. The final wave will take off at 11:30 a.m. According to New York Road Runners, the organizing body of the marathon. According to the forecasters at AccuWeather, outdoor athletes, they're amateurs. Weather, it may not be textbook ideal for runners, but you're going to have a hard time finding much to fault with the forecast. It's going to be a great day for a marathon. Comfortable, no rain, very little wind, and low humidity. A race with temperatures starting out in the 50s, almost ideal for most runners. Most runners will find the forecast temperature will be comfortable. Temperatures forecast to start lower 50s for the early waves, rising to near the day's forecast high in the low 60s by afternoon. Historical average for New York City is 58 degrees this Sunday. So those temperatures are pretty close to that, maybe just a couple degrees above average. So while it's hard to complain about the forecast, there's some of the elite runners, they say, would actually prefer the temperatures to be a little bit lower. I had a study about 10 years ago by the National Institute of Sports Expertise that says the ideal running conditions would feature temperatures a little bit lower than what's forecast for Sunday. But hey, it beats it. You could have forecast years. You never know this time of year. You could have been temperatures in the 70s near 80 because we were looking at that just a week ago. So there you go. Big weekend in New York. Good luck to all the runners there. It's a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. We'll get to some of our listening friends checking in as always. Our number, 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Of course, seeing as it is Friday, we like to call it Casual Friday. I know there's a couple of regular callers not going to be on board this morning. Got an email. Horse Feathers is going to be off tonight. And I do believe, didn't 5-7 just say he's got to take the wife to a doctor's appointment this morning, so he's got horrible cell service at the home 20. He won't be able to check in, so we'll be looking for some of our other friends to fill in the blanks. Hello to Marianne out of the box this Friday morning. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Everybody have a great weekend. There's Sergeant MacGyver starting this night in Smithfield, Rhode Island. Clear 32. Happy Casual Friday to all of the overnight friends and family. And safe travels to all those who keep America rolling. Glenn says, good morning. Another beautiful day here in sunny Florida. Out trucking tonight. I just want to wish everybody a safe night out there on the road. All right. Copy the mail there, 5-7. He can tune in on Facebook. But good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. It's that final round to Schenectady this week. They'll be off for the weekend. We're looking at 40 degrees. Platkill, New York. Miss Millie, 40 degrees in her part of the Bluegrass State this evening. Everybody take care and be safe. Have a great weekend. And as always, be blessed. There's Bidu. Good morning to the overnight crew. Have a great weekend when you get around to it. Hey, tip in the hat tonight to Hillbilly Tex. Haven't heard from Tex in a while. Big Sexy hadn't called in a while either, has he? He sends me an email now and then, but hope everything's going okay, guys. There's John. Good morning, Steve and Stevettes. Godspeed to you and your listeners. God bless the United States of America and the nation of Israel. All is well on the I-5 at the I-80 confluence tonight. Hello to Buckeye Boy. There's Ackworth, Georgia. We're about the same temperature here in southwest Ohio as you are in Ackworth, Georgia, 38 degrees. Had the mid-50s yesterday. Not a bad day. We could use a little bit of that rain, though. Got the truck rolling east that was repaired in Salt Lake, and, of course, it has fault codes, but I'm pretty sure they can wait till it gets back. I'll be going over and checking on my truck tomorrow. Have to get all the pool chairs up, the Halloween decorations down. I Buckeye boy, I feel the pain. It's time to get the Halloween stuff down. And when do we put the Christmas tree up, right? Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Hello, Dave. Woohoo, it's Friday, 38 in Lodi. A little warmer tonight. I'm hooked up, ready to head back to Western New York. Cookie is on board. Hello, Cookie. She said, it's been a while since I've checked in. I'm looking forward to hearing some familiar voices. God bless you all, though. All right. Thanks for being with us there, Cookie. Hope you're doing well as well. Bill, happy Friday, Steve. Listening in from the home 20. 39 degrees here in Horicon, Wisconsin. Everybody have a safe night out there. There's Shorty, I-77 northbound at the West Virginia line as we are Columbus bound. All right. From lifestyles of the rich and famous to what will soon be lifestyles of a federal inmate. It's all good times until you get caught. As we heard, Sam Bankman-Fried, guilty of all charges stemming from the collapse of the cryptocurrency exchange, FTX. The New York jury in Manhattan federal court agreed with prosecutors that he had defrauded investors, customers, and lenders in connection with the collapse of his crypto empire. Prosecutors accused Bankman-Fried, who founded and controlled both FTX and the sister hedge fund Alameda Research, of misappropriating and embezzling billions of dollars in FTX customer deposits, scheming to mislead investors, and actually instructing other executives at his business to do the same. In the first of two criminal counts, he faced 5 counts of conspiracy, 2 counts of wire fraud, which all amount up to 110 years in prison. The sentencing hearing has been set for March the 28th. The U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York praising the verdict as he declared that Bankman-Fried perpetrated one of the biggest financial frauds in American history. The cryptocurrency industry might be new. The players, like Bankman-Fried, might be new. But this kind of fraud, this kind of corruption, it's as old as time. NBC News provided some of the history and the context leading up to the verdict. Of course, we know FTX and Alameda collapsed November of last year after some of their financial liabilities were exposed. The fact that Alameda had taken billions of dollars from FTX's customers and that much of Alameda's balance sheet was comprised of digital currency assets that it had created was central to the case against Fried. Unnerved by disclosures about the financial position, many of the customers at FTX tried to get their money back, which pretty much it set off what would be the equivalent of a good old-fashioned bank run. The value of Alameda's investments crashed. FTX could not return much of the money because it had been given to Alameda. Some of it went to the fund's leaders. Billions were spent on sponsorships, commercials, loans to top executives. That, too, was a major part of the case against Fried. Other FTX and Alameda leadership have been charged in the wake of the collapse, including the former Alameda CEO, Caroline Ellison, FTX's co-founder, Gary Wang, FTX technology chief, Nishad Singh, who all pleaded guilty and agreed to cooperate with the prosecution and testify against Bankman-Fried. That will lead to their getting lighter sentences as a result. Fried's defense argued that he never intended to defraud people and claimed that the government had been looking for a fall guy in the wake of the collapse. He maintains his innocence and will continue to fight the charges against him, according to his counsel. Now, Williams, the prosecutor said, let this set an example. This is a warning, this case, to every single fraudster out there who thinks they're untouchable, or that their crimes are too complex for us to catch, or that they're too powerful for us to prosecute, or that they could try to talk their way out of it when they do get caught. You need to think again, said the prosecutor. All right, maybe 110 years, but I mean, this guy was truly leading the lifestyles of the rich and famous. Yachts, $1 million homes, exotic trips, wining and dining with some of the biggest names in politics around the globe. Big-time donor to not only Democrat but Republicans, even in our Congress here in the United States. All right, real quick, we'll get to a news break here. Your call's coming up. I guess is it true that we are one day closer to the greatest day of the week? We'll find out here coming up. Meanwhile, yes, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Jurors have convicted FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried on 7 federal counts of fraud and conspiracy after a month-long trial featuring nearly 20 witnesses. Bankman-Fried potentially faces over 100 years in prison. The trial, initially projected to extend until Thanksgiving, concluded rapidly, with jurors reaching a verdict in just over 4 hours. Earlier today, the House approved an aid package to Israel, marking the first significant test of Representative Mike Johnson's speakership. The package aims to provide $14.3 billion to Israel as it expands its military operations in Gaza. A new decades-old Beatles song is out. John Lennon wrote and recorded Now and Then decades ago. AI technology has allowed for all of the Beatles to contribute to the song. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Timothy. Good morning, he says. Who left the freezer door open? 31 degrees in Rocky Mount, Virginia. Yeah, one more cold night. You'll start to see a little warm up. Hang on as you head through the weekend there, Timothy. Good to have you on board, though. Brain Dead checking in. Happy Friday to you. It's my Monday again. And it's starting off to be a Monday. I did send you a few things, including a dumbass, or maybe I should say dumbasses of the week. I'll try to call in when I get a chance. Looks like it's going to be a busy night, though. Moving those groceries, right? And Eskimo Mom, happy whatever day it is, got the regular run tonight, but when your assigned truck is in the shop, Murphy comes to visit. Oh, Murphy's Law. I'm on truck number 2 of the night and didn't even get off the yard till late. Now, I'm on vacation next week from work, but Tuesday, November 7, of course, is Election Day. And I will be working one of the precincts in town to help voting go smoothly. For those who didn't early vote, which will actually end this Sunday in the state of Ohio, we have issues 1 and 2, the only statewide issues. The rest of the ballot will be local or county issues or offices. Just so you know, be safe. Have a good weekend when you get around to it. We're clear 44 degrees, rolling on I-75 near Monroe, Ohio. I know that, Eskimo Mom, that issue 1 is a pretty big deal. That's the issue regarding abortion, right? If memory serves, isn't issue 2 about the marijuana legalization thing? I think that's the one. Let me double check, but Captain Ron, well, what do you say?
One day closer to the greatest day of the week. That's Monday. and I bet Brain Dad has spent the biggest part of the past 2 days thinking about today, his Monday. See what I'm saying?
Okay. All I know is me and Scarecrow, we're all in agreement today. Today is more like the greatest day of the week. It's Friday.
Yeah, but it's one day closer to Monday. You know you got to come back.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. Yep.
So, what would you call the male version of the Daisy Duke shorts?
Oh, I have no idea. Ugly.
I think they call them, well, I don't know if you can say it on the air, but it's something hugger. Well, anyway, I had to take those off last night and my Crocs and actually wear some pants and some socks.
Got a little chilly in Florida, huh?
It was 40 degrees there in Adel, just north of Valdosta.
Ron, did you actually just try to give us a visual impression of you taking off your huggers? And come on.
Well, it's Casual Friday, right?
All right.
I thought that was allowed today. So, the past couple of days you've been talking about Jack Cooper maybe picking up yellow.
Yeah, the long shot bid. It's too little, too late though. But what do you think?
Right, but down here I pass up some AAA Cooper transportation. Is that owned by Jack Cooper? Do you know? Because they pull the doubles and the dry van, and I was wondering if that's like a division of Jack Cooper.
That I'm not
sure.
I mean,
LTL.
yeah, Cooper. I thought they were just the car haulers, but I can't say for certain.
I didn't know for sure because it just was kind of odd, AAA Cooper transportation, and they're an LTL company also. So I was wondering if that was like a division of Jack Cooper. Anyway, I don't know. But that's all I've got for the night. It's one day closer to my world-famous restaurant tour.
Oh, Veterans Day. It's almost here. You're the one, right? now.
I'm the one.
Have you mapped out what the plan is going to be this Veterans Day?
Not yet. It's all listed online. I mean, if you're a veteran and not taking advantage of all these free offers and meals and all that, you're missing out. But yeah, that was me you were talking about.
When you venture out on Veterans Day, do you go solo, or does the wife go with you, like for breakfast maybe, or just?
No, she was at work. They had some last year for Red Lobster and Sonny's, and I was going to get her the Red Lobster, and I was going to get the Sonny's, but the offer for Red Lobster ended at 4. And she gets off at 4, and I didn't know that. But anyway, a minor miscalculation last year. But yeah, I just go solo and just go from. They don't give you very big portions, I guess, because it's free.
Well, yeah, right.
But, and I don't even know how much I can eat really. I got put on that Ozempic shot a couple of months ago.
Okay.
It has decreased my appetite some. Of course, my diet sucks anyway, but my A1C dropped from a 6.8 to a 5.8, so it is helping for that. But now I can't find it anywhere. There's a massive amount of people that's taking it just for the weight loss, which isn't really fair to the people that are doing it for diabetes, because we can't get our medicine now because they're using it for a trend.
Now, isn't that the medication where, isn't that the one where lots of people are having like horrible like intestinal issues and things like that, and crazy dreams?
Yeah, some. I don't know about the dream part, but I haven't really had any issues. I have noticed that sometimes, like when I burp, it'll be from a meal that I had hours and hours ago.
Okay.
And they've had some people's stomachs being paralyzed.
Yep.
I don't know if that's reversible. I don't know if it is or not. It's kind of scary to take that. I wouldn't want that to happen. But I don't know. So far, I haven't had any of those issues, so I don't know. I've heard one woman did it for just a couple of months, and now she's got paralyzed stomach. But I've done it for about 3 months, 3.5 months. But like I said, I'm having trouble even finding the medication now. I haven't been able to find it in the past 3 weeks.
Wow.
They've been out, so I don't know. I don't know what the answer is going to be on that. We'll see how the restaurant tour goes, though.
All right.
I'll give it a good effort, though.
Yeah, right. And of course, you'll give us a follow-up, a full report, as we say. All right, Debbie checks in. Hello, Steve. Going to go down to 37 this morning. Heading up about 60 in the Hoosier today. I want to say, hoping everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver. If you want a decent deal at McDonald's, they have the bundle meals for $3.29, and with the drink that'll get you down. Get to about $5. It's been a while since I've been to Mickey D's. I don't know, bundle deal. All right, have a fabulous Friday and a wonderful weekend. We'll see what we can work up. Hillbilly.
Good morning, Steve. How we doing today?
Is this the greatest day of the week, or how do you vote for Monday or Friday?
This week is going to be Monday because I deliver my load early Monday morning and I start my vacation.
All right.
So Monday is going to be my greatest day of the week.
So a fall vacation. What's on slate next week? Where are we heading?
The cornfield.
You mean like
help them with it's a working vacation.
So all right. So rather than trucking, you're going to be harvesting.
Yep. Well, I might be doing some trucking, hauling grain to the granary, but it's going to be for the family and stuff like that.
Okay.
But like I said, I take a week off every year to help with the harvest, and we're heavy into it now. And my uncle had issues with this leg, and he's only about 50%. And my cousin's done took 1 month off to help us start up and get everything ready, and we're all just chipping in, trying to get it all knocked out. So, question for you, Steve. There was an accident, I think Wednesday, on 275 there around Wilder. I think it got 8 cars and a semi. One of them got knocked off the bridge. Did you hear anything about that?
I don't believe I have. No.
Okay, I didn't see nothing over news reports over it, but if you could kind of look that up and give a full report on that, I would appreciate it. I guess me and Esco, Mom's going to be taking the vacation on the same week, ain't we?
Yes, you are, indeed.
So, but my wife, she works to pose every election, so that's where she's going to be all day Tuesday, and that's her way to kind of contribute to the cause, if you know what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
So what's your plans?
I don't think we've got anything big planned this weekend. It'll probably end up being a Roosters Friday night kind of thing, if you know what I mean.
Roosters kind of night and going to Skullbusters the rest of the weekend.
There you go. Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, that does. All right, Steve, you have a good one.
All right, I've got the rest of the story, as I say. I had not seen that, but yeah, that turned out to be a fatality on 275. So turn your radio up and I'll break it down for you. Looking at 14 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration, emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Here's the one Hillbilly was asking about. One woman deceased after her vehicle went over the side of a bridge of I-275 in northern Kentucky. This is earlier this week. According to the press release from Wilder Police, 32-year-old Cheryl Kidwell of Brooksville, Kentucky, pronounced dead after multiple vehicles involved in a crash. It was the Licking River Bridge. Police said there was heavy traffic on the interstate near the Kentucky 9 exit. Drivers were trying to change lanes. A crash occurred. During the collision, a semi overturned, slid on its side, but in the crash, a pickup was pushed over the side of the bridge. That driver was deceased at the scene. That's a pretty good drop from where she went over the edge there. Wow. Police say 6 vehicles ultimately involved. All lanes were obviously blocked for hours. Drivers who witnessed the scene said there were multiple vehicles involved in the crash. Debris scattered across the road. The guardrails appeared to be impacted. One eyewitness who saw the crash said, I saw a huge billow of smoke, and I thought I saw a car go off the side. I wasn't 100% sure, but it was pretty tragic. Okay, that was the deal. Spokesman for the Transportation Cabinet said repairs to the bridge started on Wednesday, and repairs would take roughly a week to complete. Signage is posted along the highway notifying drivers of the repair work, though, which would obviously include any lane closures, as those repairs will probably continue through the weekend and into early next week. All right. We got Knucklebuster coming up here. I thought I would share, because I was going to ask him about this anyway. Seeing as he's a jarhead farmer, Semper Fi. U.S. Marine Corps Major General Chris McPhillips reportedly announced earlier this week that the 248th Marine Corps Ball has been canceled by Central Command as a result of what they're calling unforeseen operational commitments. Announcing the cancellation of this year's Marine Corps Ball, which it's a pretty big thing, I believe. Regretfully, with a strong sense of duty, I write to inform you of a decision that I had to make regarding the Marine Corps' 248th Ball, which is scheduled for November 16, due to unforeseen operational commitments and the nature of our current mission. It's with great regret we must cancel this year's event. Now, he explained that Central Command's decision to cancel the ball stems from the primary responsibility. The Marine Corps has to guarantee the defense and security of the United States. It is this commitment to duty that has necessitated the cancellation of what would undoubtedly have been an exceptional evening of camaraderie and tradition. According to the CENTCOM website, their area of responsibility includes over 4 million square miles, with multiple opportunities for, quote, tension and rivalry. The central region is among the least secure and stable places of the world. Adversarial relationships among neighboring states, widespread ethnic and sectarian struggles, malign influence, destabilizing activities, cyber-based threats, growing arsenals of sophisticated conventional weapons and weapons of mass destruction, all combine to imperil enduring U.S. vital national interests, as well as those of our trusted partners, they say. Now, the announcement of the cancellation, obviously amid rising tensions in the Middle East, the war between Israel and Hamas, and, of course, the cancellation announcement, the Pentagon announced on that same day the deployment of 300 additional U.S. troops to the Middle East region. But in the announcement, he did express his gratitude for the immense effort of those who spent significant time and effort planning and preparing for the 248th Marine Corps Ball. This is just a reminder of the sacrifices that the U.S. service members, particularly the Marines, make on behalf of the nation. Did you ever get to attend a Marine Corps ball in your time, Knucklebuster?
Yeah, back when I was in, yeah, absolutely. You mean, surely you doubt that Marines don't have balls anymore? I'm just, yeah, you know better than that. I don't know. Well, we live in a crazy world, see, that's all I can tell you. Today is National Housewife Day. Does Mama Summers have a job, or is she a housewife?
She's a pretty much full-time housewife.
All right, well, that's a good deal. You need to celebrate her today. It's also National Sandwich Day, but I wouldn't recommend just carrying her out to celebrate her and buying her just a sandwich there, you know. Sam Bankman-Fried there, he'd have been a lot better to have killed somebody and steal that money. Them rich people get real upset when you steal their money there. So
right.
Yep. And November the 10th is the United States 248th Marine Corps birthday, and they ain't going to have no ball for it this year. So I want you to sing the Marine Corps hymn for me. Can you do that? No, wait a minute. Just find somebody to play it for me. That'll be good. And then November the 11th will be Veterans Day. I read where that golf influencer Paige Spiranac, she addressed the question about her chest. She said the human body is a magical thing. Guess what, Steve? They're real. They're not fake. And I was like, all right, girl. And then I read another good story. The students walk out of Hillary Clinton's class up at Columbia University.
I saw that.
I don't blame them. Yeah, I don't blame them. I'd walk out of there too. So it's one of them things. Well, anyway, let's see. I read, Steve, where oral sex was bad for you. But it's worse than smoking about getting throat cancer.
I saw that report as well, yes. The greatest greatest risk of getting throat cancer. That's Michael Douglas and Catherine Zeta-Jones. Wasn't that the culprit for his throat cancer?
Yeah, I think so. Well, that girl on that TikTok video says, well, that ain't going to stop me.
Okay.
You go, girl. All right. I got one for you. This is for an exercise for people who are out of shape. Begin with a 5-pound potato bag at each hand. Extend your arms straight out from your sides. Hold them for a full minute and then relax. After a few weeks, move up to a 10-pound bag. Do the same thing. Then try a 50-pound bag and then a 100-pound bag, Steve. And after you get that done, you can put a potato in each bag and go from there. So that's all my bag for this morning, Steve.
Okay, so we're starting with just the bag. I get you. It is 844-844-3388. Who we got? Huckleberry, is that? I believe it is. Eskimo Mom going to be checking in here. Maybe she'll give us a little more on issue 1 and 2 for Election Day coming up next Tuesday, indeed. And yes, with Veterans Day approaching, the Owner-Operator Independent Driver Association gearing up for their annual Truckers for Troops campaign, now entering its 17th year. We'll give you more on that coming up here. Hope you've had a great week. Ready for the weekend? Here it comes, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is on his way to Israel amid the ongoing conflict with Hamas.
I am convinced that American diplomacy can make a difference in moving everyone to a better place.
He said that during his visit, he will engage with Israeli leaders on specific measures to reduce civilian casualties in Gaza. Additionally, Blinken mentioned that increased aid is being provided to the war-torn country and civilians are being evacuated to Egypt. Desmond Mills Jr., one of the former Memphis officers accused in the killing of Tyree Nichols, has pleaded guilty to federal charges. Mills Jr. pleaded guilty to 2 of 4 federal charges in a Tennessee court earlier today and also agreed to plead guilty to state charges. House Speaker Mike Johnson stated that the Republicans are nearing a decision on whether to pursue impeachment against President Biden.
Very soon we are coming to a point of decision on it. So we're going to follow the evidence where it leads, and we'll see.
He emphasized that the investigation into potential illegal gains from Biden's family's foreign business dealings are still underway. Republicans have alleged that Biden engaged in an influence peddling scheme. 2 border state congressmen from different sides of the aisle are asking Congress for more funds for first responders to handle a surge of illegal immigration. Arizona Democrat Ruben Gallego and Texas Republican Michael McCall sent a joint letter to the chair of the House Appropriations Committee. The letter outlines the burden being taken on by local police and firefighters. DoorDash is trying out a new policy regarding non-tipping customers, cautioning them about potential delays in their deliveries. Users will encounter a pop-up disclaimer within the app notifying them that their food may take longer to arrive. This adjustment comes as drivers have the option to select orders based on their payout, often favoring higher-paying ones. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Navy Admiral Lisa Franchetti becomes the first woman to lead the U.S. Navy as Chief of Naval Operations and will also be the first woman to hold a permanent position on the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Her nomination, delayed due to Senator Tuberville's hold on confirmations, has now been confirmed by the Senate. Tuberville's protest pertains to the Pentagon abortion policies. Tensions are growing on college campuses around the country as students continue protesting over the Israel-Hamas war. Some students have accused pro-Palestine protesters of anti-Semitism. New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik discusses the issue on Fox and Friends.
Shame on Harvard and all of these institutions for not taking a strong stance on this. We will put on the floor a resolution condemning anti-Semitism on college campuses, another area where Republicans will lead.
Earlier today, President Trump's son Eric testified in the civil trial against the Trump Organization. The state accuses him, his brother Don Jr., the former president, and other organization members of inflating financial statements for advantageous loans, insurance policies, and deals. They deny the allegations. CBS is nearly sold out of Super Bowl commercial slots, a departure from the usual last-minute rush. That's a change from previous years, where ad space was often sold closer to game time. CBS's pricing at around $7 million for a 30-second spot is consistent with the 2023 big game broadcast. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What do you say? Just like that. Welcome back. Round 2. Here comes a Friday. Any big weekend plans? Oh, what do we see? 3rd day of November. They mentioned the proverbial train of storms rolling into the Pacific Northwest. A lot of outdoor plans are going to be moved indoors in that part of the country. The initial storm arrived Wednesday, continued producing downpours, rain spreading well inland. That continued all into the region Thursday. AccuWeather said moisture will be plentiful. with that first storm moving through Washington, Oregon on into Thursday night. As of midday Thursday, more than 2 inches of rain had already fallen on Astoria, Oregon. Nearly 3¼ inches in other areas. Windy condition, wind gust as high as 62 miles per hour in Hocqueen, Washington. Next storm in line could wash away some outdoor weekend plans. Those first raindrops arriving later on Friday night or Saturday morning, with waves of heavier rain, localized flooding. This next storm will follow a bit of a break during much of the day today, Friday. The damp, dreary weather continues into Sunday, which may again bog down outdoor activities. If you're out on the roads, allow extra time. Take it slow. The expectation, water ponding on the highways. The storm train is going to be mostly rainy weather with the snow levels very high as they follow one after another through the weekend. Now, they do say snowfall levels are expected to lower a bit in the Rockies as storms arrive a day or so after arriving in the Northwest. That means the best chance of accumulating snow from these storms will be in the higher terrain in Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming. After storms this week and this weekend, it's still going to be active across the Northwest, at least the first half of next week. The timing, the exact location of the heaviest rain yet to be determined, but need to plan ahead for at least a bout or two of rain every few days next week as this train of storms continues to roll ashore. Eskimo Mom, hi there.
Hi, Steve. I want to give a quick little traffic note. They've got a little bit of road work over there on 75 South, just south of 275 on the north end of Cincinnati. And the left lane's the only thing opened up at this time when I was coming through. And then you also got a little bit of road work at the top of the cut in the hill, and the right lane's basically blocked. So just a little heads up for you out there.
Okay.
But my first going to start with like the AAA Cooper or Jack Cooper thing. AAA Cooper is actually part of the Knight Swift family.
Okay.
And so they bar none, U.S. Express, and a couple of other companies. They're all underneath that umbrella now. So and Jack Cooper's a totally separate company as far as I know.
Okay.
But with the issue 1 and issue 2 in the state of Ohio, issue 1 is on the abortion. If a yes vote for that will be to allow abortions. And pretty much, it's right now. It's just going to be open season. Whatever this legislature wants to determine, it could be they could have some sort of limitation on, or it could be up until birth, and where there's infanticide going on.
There's been a ton of advertising in this, and I mean my mailbox every day, and for those that are I guess for the issue. The message they're trying to present is saying that if you vote no, that that's going to be no abortion, and they're saying, is it true that they're trying to say there's no exceptions for rape, no exceptions for incest? That's not the case, is it?
I'm not too sure on that one, but the problem is that the rape and incest, I've seen statistics that the rape and incest and for the life and health of the mother, those are less than 10% of all abortions across the board. A good chunk of abortions is for the convenience of the woman.
Okay.
It's for whether it's for her because she don't want to be pregnant, or her partner, her parents, her school,
sure.
Her work, et cetera, et cetera. It's some sort of excuse.
Okay.
And usually if it's one of those rare exceptions for the rape, incest, all that stuff, there's usually maybe some workaround to that.
Okay.
But it's going to maybe take a little bit more than just a law being passed.
Okay. On the issue 2 thing, is that the marijuana legalization recreational?
Yes.
Okay. That's
yes. Yes,
okay.
if you vote yes for issue 1, you'll pass where there's abortions going to be allowed. If you pass issue if you vote yes on issue 2, that's to legalize recreational marijuana. and you can only have so much.
Right.
You can have only so
Right.
much marijuana. And then I've read articles on that one that you may run across the problem that recreational marijuana being legal in a lot of these states, you'll still run across the federal ban on it. So you'll run across the firearms issue, and with our CDL, with us not being allowed to have any marijuana in our system, or actually any drugs in our system, period. And that's if you vote yes for that issue. If you vote no for issues 1 and 2, that means you don't want either you want to keep the bans on abortion, and you also want to keep medicinal marijuana only in the state of Ohio.
Okay, I know that the recreational marijuana thing that's been on the ballot before. I haven't really seen any polling numbers. Does it stand a better chance of passing in Ohio? Just looking at the rest of the country, the number of states that have been going with legalizing the recreational marijuana. That's two pretty significant issues here in the Buckeye State coming up next Tuesday. So, all right, and thanks for doing your duty of volunteering. It's hard to find people willing to take out a good chunk of their day on Election Day to work those precincts around the country, but. All right. Jeffrey in New York City on board. Good morning, Steve. Thanks for a great week of shows, he says. There's Pappy. Hey, where you been? He said, better late than never. I dozed off. How dare you? 38 in Harrison, Ohio. TGIF, all you nocturnal listeners. It'll actually be back to work for me. He's had the week off. Anyway, enjoy the weekend. Hammer down and be safe. Drivers, are you with me? And Kevin checking in. Hello, Kevin. Good morning, Steve. And the overnight crew. Carolina Monkey Gouger.
Oh, what's going on?
Happy Friday.
Oh, yeah, we out here doing it like Pruitt used to do it.
So are we back to trailer trucking, back on the road? Is it your first, when did you head out? Is it like yesterday? Or?
Yeah, I got my first load yesterday, went down to Dallas, was supposed to load back. Every now and then we had to go over there and get a broker load. And they said, if you want to lay over, I can load you right back up. Load of boxes going back to the plant. I said, well, I was wanting to get up there and get rested up before I started that long trip back to the Marina del Rey. And hey, well, I got a broker load here. I said, I'll just put it on you. I said, okay. Well, Steve, yesterday when I was coming down through there, the phone dinged. I said, what the hell is this number here? I ain't ever seen this there number. And I picked it up. Is this Jimmy? I said, yeah. Said, well, I'm so-and-so brokers, and you picking a load up for us tomorrow, and I'm going to send you an email, a text message, and you got to download our tracking. And I said, wait a minute, Hossfly. I said, you got that all wrong. I said, I'm already being tracked. If you want to track me, you call the company and track me. I said, you're not using my telephone for personal uses. And he said, well, we might be got a problem. I said, well, that's the way it is, So he hung up, and about 30 minutes later, I pulled in to take my little 30-minute break there, kind of stretch the leg, and wasn't used to not getting out, walking around there, getting the cobweb knocked off, and text message come. It said, you must download MicroPoint so we can track you. I sent him a message back, and I said, look at here. I said, there will be a $100 service fee added to this load if you use my telephone. And I said, don't bother me no more. I said, I'm not downloading your MicroPoint. And I said, I'm not under your load yet, so quit bothering me. And so I thought, doggone, man. So this morning I get over there and unload, sitting there, trying to get my hours back pulled out there on the street, sitting under the shade tree. Then broker called me. He said, "Hey," said, "look here, so you're not going to download that micropod." I said, "No, I'm not." And I said, "Let me tell you something, buddy." I said, I'm not really interested in doing this thing. I said, if you would want to know the truth about it, I said, because when I looked at I said, y'all have cut the rate on this. I've been gone 7-8 weeks. Y'all cut the rate on this thing $200. And I said, I'm just not interested in doing it. And he says, well, he said, tell you what I'll do. He says, I'll add $200 on it if you'll go ahead and load it. He said, I got to get that stuff up there. I said, now you talking there, buddy. You talking my game, but I still download your macro app. So I went and eat dinner and went on over there to load, and I pulled in the gate there. The lady was checking the number, and she says, son, I had as nicest lady I'd ever met at a guard shack. Said, I hate to tell you this, sweetheart, but that load is scheduled for a delivery, not a pickup. And everybody in the apartments is done gone today. She said, you won't get this load loaded today. Said, you can go over there and set till you get it straightened out. I said, there's no way they'll load that load today. I said, no, there ain't nobody up there to talk to. Everything's been scheduled for the night. I said, okay. So I went in and made me a U-turn, and I started the free owner, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I called my travel agent. I said, hey, we got a little problem down here. He said, what is it? And I said, they ain't going to load that load today. He said, really? I said, no. And I said, he said, well, who'd you talk to? I said, I talked to the girl that does the scheduling at the gate. And I said, said there's nobody in there to pull the load, said everything's been staged. It says, you're not going to get loaded today. And I said, okay. And he said, well, just sit there for a little while and let's see if we can get something worked out. I said, okay, I'll sit there for a little while. I'm 30 cutting north, right? I mean, I'm just getting on out of Dodge. So about 2 hours later, my travel agent called me and said, well, put it in the wind, head to Freona. They ain't going to load it. I said, boss man, I said, I'm above Wichita Falls right now trucking up. I said, you know, when that woman told me they weren't going to load it, I didn't bat an eye. And he said, I figured that's what you was going to do. I knew you was going to do that. I said, man, I ain't sitting around there on a wild goose chase for them to feed me lip service. So anyway, that's how my day went, you know. I would rather have a butt cutting than have to deal with these truck brokers. And every now and then we have to deal with them. And there's some of them, they say if he's coming for the load, say, don't worry about it. I mean, I'm just not going to take no junk off these guys. I mean, you know, 7 weeks, they cut that load $200.
Wow.
I mean, Steve, it's ridiculous out here, you know? And if we wasn't getting a good fuel discount at the truck stops, we'd be in trouble on some of these loads, you know, like these broker loads and stuff. But I just ain't gonna play the game. But other than that, everything going pretty good, man. Feels good to be back in the truck. Got the cobweb knocked off, and we'll be back home Sunday night.
All right. Well, you talked to our old friend, the Grump. He did call in one day about a week ago. What's he up to?
Well, they done surgery on him today for his neck.
Okay, so he was having a fusion thing done?
Steve, I'm not really sure what they done. I know they operated on his neck and stuff for a piece nerve, but that is the spin of it. But he called me tonight, talking to me, and he said, "I'm at home." I said, "What?" He said, "Yeah, I'm at home." They said, "I done good. They sent me home." So
wow.
He'll probably be back in a week or two, and he'll be back out here aggravating everybody, carrying on. But I was glad to hear it, because that boy's been in some terrible pain, fighting that, and so he said that it was 100% success, and he could tell you more than I can on what they done to him. Like I said, I'm just not really sure what all they did.
Okay. Well, that's good. Hopefully, I mean, a lot of times with back and neck surgeries, I mean, the surgeons will say there's no guarantee that the pain won't be there after the surgery. Sometimes it works, and sometimes hopefully it works.
Well, from what he was saying, that he didn't hardly take no pain medicine, and it was instant relief to him. So it must have been 100% success.
That's good.
What he was saying tonight.
All right. Well, that's good news. That's good news.
That's good news. That was the good news all the way around, you know. But Steve, I'm gonna tell you something. After what I heard today, you know, there they are trying to tear Donald Trump apart. And there's old Joe Biden. Did you see how much money they had wired him from China, where he had cashed those checks and stuff?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Now, why ain't they got him on a rail riding his ass out of D.C.? I mean, you know, we're right on the verge of World War III, and this brain dead idiot up there that don't even know what world he wakes up in every morning, he don't even know what's going on. I mean, you know, I didn't listen to a whole lot of news while I was off. I had enough doom and gloom going on, and I just didn't. You know, I knew that Israel got bombed and that, but I just don't understand why Donald Trump was probably one of the greatest presidents we ever had in this country, and there Joe Biden is corrupt as hell, and they got Donald Trump children up there testifying and everything, and I mean, you know, there's nothing there. The man done nothing wrong, and they're trying to make something out of nothing. It's just beyond my, you know, beyond me. The other thing that got me is all these Palestinians over here raising hell. You know, I'm gonna tell you something. If they hadn't started that mess over there, they wouldn't be in a mess. You know, you poke the bear, poke the bull, you get the horn. And Israel delivering it to them.
Yes, they are.
But I hope they can get this straightened out, because they done bombed our bases over there, 3 times this week? I think they said they done.
It's been 23 attacks since in the last 2 weeks. So yeah, and we're having to deal with that as well. I don't know. A gouger, when they say, you know, is it turnaround is fair play. If it's a true, honest, not a rigged trial for Trump, the truth will come out that he didn't do anything wrong. And I guess James Comer just this past day said, hang on, Gouger. The subpoenas of the Bidens are coming, in his words, quote, in a matter of days. Subpoenas to the extended Biden family. This is all about the influence peddling scheme. Hunter, James, raking in roughly $20 million. Comer said the American people who want to see President Joe Biden and his family held accountable are going to be very satisfied with the next step, was his quote. We built a case that will win in court, and we've made it all the way to the personal bank records of the Bidens. So now that we can trace the money, we have enough bank records that we can bring the Bidens in. We're preparing everything now to be able to serve them, try to bring them in. We do have a couple more bank statements that need to come in first. When all that comes in, it should be in a matter of days. Then I think the American people who want to see this family held accountable, I think they're going to be very satisfied with the next step. Now, that news conference just a day after announcing another loan repayment check from James Biden to his brother, President Joe. This one, $40,000, that came from CEFC, the Chinese energy company. Yeah, that was the deal that Joe was going to be, 10% with the Chinese Communist Party, 10% with the big guy. Comer said it all started with the shakedown in the summer of 2017 by Hunter. Now, he said getting the personal bank records of Joe Biden, that's probably going to be left for any type of potential impeachment hearing. They're not going to go after Joe's actual records, I guess, until the time comes. And Speaker of the House makes it sound like that's becoming more and more likely as well. Let's get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. More American citizens are leaving the conflict-ridden Gaza region, according to National Security Council Representative John Kirby. 74 Americans crossed from the Gaza Strip into Egypt today.
Embassy Cairo has deployed a consular team to the Rafah crossing to support all these folks, make sure they get back to the embassy, and then we work with them on onward movement as appropriate.
Hunter Biden alleges that right-wing critics are exploiting his addiction. In a recent USA Today op-ed, President Biden's son stated that his struggle has been manipulated as fuel for a malicious and prolonged disinformation effort aimed at his father. Texas Ranger fans won't have to wait long to celebrate their first World Series championship. A parade will be held tomorrow in Arlington, starting at 12:15 p.m. Central Time. The parade will begin in front of Globe Life Field and circle back around to the ballpark. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Any amusement park fans out there? Big announcement in the amusement park industry this past day. Cedar Fair, which is at Kings Island, Cedar Fair, there in a number of other parks, joining Six Flags. A historic $8 billion merger this past day. Cedar Fair actually operates 11 amusement parks and 4 outdoor water parks across 10 states and Toronto, Ontario, merging with the rival Six Flags that operates 27 parks across the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. Together, the company will now operate 42 parks and 9 resort properties across 17 states, as well as in Canada and Mexico. Press release, the company's touted several benefits of the merger, which includes improved guest experiences, park efficiencies. The chief executive officer of Six Flags said he's excited to unite the companies to realize new opportunities. The combination of Six Flags and Cedar Fair will redefine our guest amusement park experience as we combine the best of both companies. Six Flags and Cedar Fair share a strong cultural alignment, operating philosophy, steadfast commitment to providing consumers thrilling experiences. So there you go. Six Flags will reportedly retain the corporate name, but will trade under the Cedar Fair on the New York Stock Exchange under the FUN ticker. According to Reuters, Cedar Fair actually refused a $4 billion merger offer from Six Flags back in 2019, allegedly because the bid was too low. Well, you see, that's $8 billion, double the amount that was offered apparently in 2019, just a few short years ago. Would that be Vic?
No, it's Huckleberry.
Okay, Huckleberry. I'll be your Huckleberry.
Yeah. Doc Holliday called in last night, and I was thinking, as I was smoking my doobie, I was like, I need to change my name to Huckleberry so we get the same genre going. But, Sundance Kid is dead.
Oh.
He's dead to me.
So we're now...
Yeah, so how you doing, Mr. Summers?
Is it going to be Huckleberry Hound or the Huckleberry Kid or just plain old Huckleberry?
Huckleberry Kid. Yeah.
Huckleberry Kid. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so, life is great, man. This medical marijuana, it's the best thing ever. I didn't get no response on how to get to digging last night and trying to get in there. So, something that's quiet that I can get in there. So I think I'm going to have to tunnel in, and that'll give me more time, and I can tunnel in and then get in there, and nobody will know I'm there.
Well,
I can take my time.
We did have an actual offer. If memory serves, I think Sergeant MacGyver told me to take down his number here. Now, there was one stipulation that he was going to get a piece of the action, though, but he said he's got the answer.
What's it? Okay, I'll give him 1%.
1%. You might have to negotiate there, but yeah, that'll be very good. All right.
All right. Well, 1%, if my figures are right, when I was doing them last night, is $512 million. So 1% of that, what's that equal out to? Like 50,000. I'll give him 1%. That's pretty good for if he's got the answer. But so this stuff going on in the Middle East, and it's been going on my whole life, and I'm trying to figure out what started all this, Mr. Summers. And I got to reading some stuff and listening to some things, and I think Satan's at play here.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, and he's always trying to trick us. And I didn't know this until today, that the Jews actually do not recognize Jesus Christ as Son of God. Is that correct?
Well, no, they don't believe. Well, I'm not all up to speed on my Jewish history.
Okay.
It's all about.
Okay, well, this is my first day.
We Christians believe Jesus came to the earth, and I don't think they believe he's been here. I don't want to get it wrong. Rambler's got to give us our little educational message.
Yeah, Rambler. That would be a good one. But like I said, I did not know that till today, and I was trying to. Okay, so then I'm thinking they helped the Romans kill Jesus. They persecuted him, and Satan, he does some crazy stuff. I mean, we get tricked all the time, so he might be tricking us and taking us down the wrong path.
Yeah, Jesus was actually Jesus was a Jew.
Right. Well, so the Jews claim, if they, I don't know. I mean, if they think that he's a Jew and they're Jewish, they don't recognize him though. They say, "Oh hell no, you ain't who you say you are." Okay, well, maybe see what I'm saying? That Satan could be. They could have just said, "Okay," because to me, Jesus might have been a black man, and if Jesus was a black man, the Jews stole his identity and are using that to do what they're doing. And then we got the Rothschilds that created Israel in 1948 with the UN, and I sent you a link. I don't know if you saw it in your messenger, to the overnight drive. But it's very interesting. And the guy's name is Sean Zimmer. And he's got a series that he does. And he's got biblical quotes in there talking about, we might be going down. We started recognizing Israel in 1948 by Truman. And if you look at it, this country started going down about that same time. So is God mad at us for recognizing Satan's people in Israel? And you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't want to get into a theological debate or conversation, but I mean, you gotta be careful who you listen to. I mean, we know there's a number of different religions who all think they're the right one, the only one. Like I said, I can't get into a theological debate, but nonetheless. All right, Veterans Day is almost here, and it's time once again. We mentioned coming up the 17th Truckers for Troops campaign to help raise money for the veterans organizations, sending care packages to troops stationed overseas. This year, the association has extended the campaign to 2 weeks. Starting next Monday. Then it's going to continue through November the 19th, rather than just 1 week. All right, starting Monday, new and renewing OOIDA members will be offered a discounted price, just $35 per year. Now, this is the 50th anniversary of OOIDA. They've had all year long a special going of actually 2 years for $50, or you could do 4 years for $100. Members can join or renew for as many years as they'd like at the discount rate. 10% of the total paid will go to the Truckers for Troops. Then OOIDA pledges to match those funds dollar for dollar. Individual tax-deductible contributions are also welcome. So anyone can participate. This has been an OOIDA tradition since 2007, originally dedicated to sending care packages to the service personnel stationed in combat zones, because going back there, we had the Iraq conflict and then its expansion into Afghanistan. And over the years, when my son was actually there in Afghanistan, him and his platoon was a beneficiary of one of those care packages over the years. Truckers for Troops has also helped a number of veteran facilities. And in recent years, they've moved to helping veterans who have returned from the battlefield, housing wounded, disabled, or homeless service members. Since they started this, members have donated nearly $800,000 to veterans and veteran organizations, shipped over 3,200 care packages, impacting nearly 40,000 members of the military. Okay, you can support Truckers for Troops starting next Monday. Now, the phone lines open 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Central Time at 816-229-5791. Of course, as I asked Louis Pugh earlier this week, they've had the toll-free number for many, many years, which I had memorized that at 800-444-5791. He said that is still operational. Or you can go to OOIDA.com, click on Become a Member to join or renew. But Truckers for Troops kicking off next Monday. See what Scarecrow has going on. Casual Friday, I presume.
Steve, I'm so sorry I dropped the ball. I know darn well you were expecting a rendition of one of Sheryl Crow's finest to open up my dialogue here. Well, we'll see what happens. Maybe later on I can put something together. During that loneliest hour when most of the listeners have left the show. Looking at the clock, Steve, you know what so often happens when I'm call in about this time? Yeah, the shipper is going to interfere with our overnight drive program here, but we'll get some of the brass tacks out of the way here first. Oh, yeah, thank you, Captain Ron. My eyes have never burned as much as they did that moment when you gave us that vision of peeling off those Speedos of yours. Geez, I don't know about you, Steve, but fortunately I have a barf bag in here that I doubles as a garbage bag, but it came in handy. But I do have to thank Knucklebuster there. He brought Paige Granick into the conversation that saved the day there. Yeah, I kind of put a smile on many faces there, bud. And as far as real or not, Steve, I think there's images available online for the viewers to judge for themselves, is it real or not. But are you still there, Steve?
Oh yeah. We're listening in. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, no. The previous call, I lost it for a little while too, and I thought it maybe dropped you there or such.
We did lose connection briefly during the break there. Sure did.
Oh, okay. All right. We're with you. Steve, we're all familiar with how bad things seem to come in groups of three. Shish kebab happens and then something else happens. And, a lot of us think, well, what's the third thing going to be? Well, we can reverse the path here this week. At least in my world, I had three good things here. Knucklebuster cued back, or not Knucklebuster, Monkey Gouger joining back with us. A person, when he doesn't have all the facts and doesn't know, you think about the negative and the worst case scenarios. And until I got the facts, so I was truly concerned. Was there something more amiss that he would never be able to join us? Boy, that sure felt good to hear him back on the airwaves. And likewise, Steve, a little bird put in my ear today that Always Moving is still out there.
Yes.
I've had concerns about her too. But no, she just plain unable to join us at this time. But no, I was good to hear. And then on the personal end of things, this morning, 7:30 a.m., literally, I had swung one leg up onto the bed in between the sheets, and there my phone goes off. Well, I see here it's my mom. Well, this is a real pleasant treat at this time of the morning. I know this is not going to be filled with roses and such. She's not calling for me to bring milk or brandy. It's going to be a shish kebab happens thing. Yeah, she was having a pain that was just killing her, and she didn't know what to do. And it was going to be at least 20 minutes before I could be, opening her door. And she agreed, yeah, she'd push the button and get the ambulance, in progress. And so, and it's fortunate she did. The ambulance crew knew about the road closure and accident that the normal route would have been. So the hour and a half that it took me to go the 22 miles to the hospital, they had her in the ER and examined and back on the table and just kind of recuperating. And it was, well, we'll find out more, this morning. They're just having to run a culture on something, and it takes 24 hours. So it doesn't sound like it's going to be anything traumatic or such. But yeah, when I saw her name come up on the ID, and her age, that was not a good feeling. But so no, I looked at that as a good omen, and she celebrated in her fashion. She had me stop at Taco Bell on the way home, and she got her Taco Supremes, and first, I don't know if she has a stomach issue. I don't know if tacos are probably the best.
The first choice?
They're again at that age, Steve, you can't fight it. You can't knock it. They're doing something right. Steve, I'll leave it at that for now. I'll have to come back in with the brunt of my call here this evening and such, and maybe we can do a little research on the Sheryl Crow end of things. I'm not saying that you have to get the Memorex ready, but we'll see what we can do for you.
All right,
see you
thanks
later,
Crow.
man.
Have a good morning. It is 8 before the hour. We'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, quick like. Brain Dead referred to this as maybe not just a DA of the week, but plurally DAs of the week. How many times have we been told, don't feed the wildlife, don't walk up to the buffalo to get a selfie there in Yellowstone. In the Smoky Mountains, do not approach, it's a cute little cuddly baby bear. Because somewhere lurking nearby baby bear is going to be Mama Bear. National Park Service officials are closing an 8-mile stretch of the Blue Ridge Parkway near Asheville, North Carolina. According to the Blue Ridge Parkway, the closure after multiple documented reports of visitors feeding and even attempting to hold a young bear in recent weeks at the Lane Pinnacle Overlook. Effective Monday, the Blue Ridge Parkway is closed until further notice between milepost 367.6 near the Craigie Gardens picnic area to the milepost 375.6 at Ox Creek Road. We're closing this section of the road temporarily for both the safety of the bear and park visitors. When people intentionally attract bears with trash and food, it can lead to a very dangerous situation. In this instance, we want to give the bear a chance to lose interest in the area before the situation escalates and visitors or the bear ultimately are harmed. So when the baby bear gets too accustomed to people throwing food out the window, things that they become very trusting, and then they start expecting food from humans. I think at this point they're just hoping the bear, when nobody is going to be around. Hey, nobody bring him any food. That's well, I better go somewhere else. Now, this is the time of the year that bears are foraging for food up to 20 hours a day as they're preparing for the winter and their hibernation. Obviously, they're more likely to take advantage of human food during this time. Park visitors and residents, please keep food out of sight and follow the bear safety tips. If you encounter a bear while on the parkway, they've got a number to call, or stop at the nearest visitor center, report the encounter. After those multiple documented reports of people feeding and even trying to hold the young bear, that's... people are stupid. But it never fails. You see these videos. It happens every year. People getting gored by the buffalo. I mean, they look so gentle, right? Gentle giants. And they'll literally get within feet and try to take a selfie, and boom, they'll attack. Our number, 844-844-3388. Here comes a Friday. We'll get to some of the other updates coming your way here. Lots to cover this Friday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. More American citizens are leaving the conflict-ridden Gaza region, according to National Security Council Representative John Kirby. 74 Americans crossed from the Gaza Strip into Egypt today.
Embassy Cairo has deployed a consular team to the Rafah crossing to support all these folks, make sure they get back to the embassy, and then we work with them on onward movement as appropriate.
He mentioned that more U.S. citizens are expected to leave in the upcoming days. The Biden administration revealed this week that the U.S. has arranged for the safe transit of injured Palestinians and foreign individuals into Egypt. Hunter Biden alleges that right-wing critics are exploiting his addiction. In a recent USA Today op-ed, President Biden's son stated that his struggle has been manipulated as fuel for a malicious and prolonged disinformation effort aimed at his father. He further described it as a comprehensive effort to destroy his reputation, which encompasses congressional inquiries and charges related to a gun purchase he made in 2018. Today, former President Trump's son Eric testified in the civil trial against the Trump Organization. This follows testimony yesterday from his brother Don Jr.
The banks in question made hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, think about this, right? They are not claiming that they are victims. They are not saying that they were misled.
The state accuses Eric, Don Jr., the former president, and other organization members of inflating financial statements for advantageous loans, insurance policies, and deals. They deny the allegations. Texas Ranger fans won't have to wait long to celebrate their first World Series championship. A parade will be held tomorrow in Arlington, starting at 12:15 p.m. Central Time. The parade will begin in front of Globe Life Field and circle back around to the ballpark. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
2 congressmen from border states are joining together to ask for additional funding to support the first responders tasked with managing a surge in illegal immigration. Arizona Democrat Ruben Gallego and Texas Republican Michael McCall sent a joint letter to the chair of the House Appropriations Committee outlining the challenges that are faced by local police and fire departments. These challenges include pursuits by migrant smugglers that frequently result in accidents. For the first time ever,
it's happened! The Texas Rangers win the World Series!
They beat the Arizona Diamondbacks 5-0 in Phoenix last night in Game 5. Texas shortstop Corey Seager was named the MVP. Arizona had strong pitching throughout the series, including last night, but they just couldn't get it done. Manager Torey Lovullo tried to keep a sense of humor.
I want to run away and hide for a few days. I want to go camping and just sit in the tent and suck my thumb, and eat ice cream. Is that the weirdest answer you guys have ever had right there?
Lovullo went on to say he wants to remember what this feels like because he never wants to feel it again. I'm Corey Myers.
A new decades-old Beatles song is out. John Lennon wrote and recorded Now and Then decades ago, and AI technology allowed for all the Beatles to contribute to the song. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, just like that, back at it. here on a Friday. Our number, 844-844-3388. 57, you're funny. Said last evening he made a little post along the lines that I think Sundance may be thinking about tunneling into Fort Knox. And after this conversation this morning, he said, see, I told you. Yeah, that's what he's looking at. He's looking to tunnel into Fort Knox. Now, if he does, the joke will be on him because we've sent all that gold to China, right? All right, and he did chime in about Jesus was born in the land of Israel. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to get into a big theological debate. When Sundance, I would implore you to don't get into one day of reading or listening to someone. You think that they're all right. I mean, there's so many different factions, beliefs, but to say that the Jews don't believe in Jesus, no. Let me give you the Reader's Digest. I mean, I can only share my upbringing, and my upbringing as a Christian is different from the way the Catholics believe. We don't believe. But long story short, my biblical education is that Christ was born of a virgin. Yeah. While we celebrate Christmas, which the Jews do not. Yeah, they have their whole Hanukkah thing, but I believe Christ was born, lived on the earth, suffered and died for our sins on the cross, and then rose from the grave. Up from the grave he arose. That is Jesus that I believe in. The Jews don't believe that Jesus has been here yet. They're awaiting the first coming of the Messiah. My belief is we are awaiting on what they call the second coming. They don't believe that he has been here. So that's not saying they don't believe in Jesus. The Jesus that we believe has been here, that I believe has rose from the dead and is waiting for his return, is the same Jesus that they're awaiting to have, they believe for the first. Does that make sense? Like I said, Reader's Digest, condensed version. But we believe, my Jesus, I believe, is going to be the same Jesus. Same individual. So it gets confusing, but we'll just leave it at that. So let's move on to the next item on the list here on a Friday morning there. We've been following for the last couple of years. Pappy can vouch for this, and my son's told me so many times about the car thefts that have been off the rails. He said, Dad, almost every night we're getting a call about a stolen car. And he said, I guarantee it's going to be a Kia or a Hyundai. And boom, sure enough, just got a call. It's a Kia. And it's got something to do with the ability for the thieves to steal these vehicles in a matter of minutes. And right now, I guess the word is, if you're looking to purchase a used car, be very cautious about purchasing certain year makes and models of the Kias and Hyundais, because the insurance companies are now oftentimes refusing to even insure them because of their likelihood of being stolen. A Washington man was told by his insurance company that he would not receive coverage for his stolen Kia Sorento, continuing the trend of the insurers refusing to provide comprehensive coverage of certain vehicles. Tony from Tacoma, Washington, filed a police report after he was able to obtain security footage of the thieves actually stealing his Kia. It took the criminals just 6 minutes to steal the car. That's part of the reason he was unable to obtain adequate insurance. He said, I thought it would never happen to me, so here I am. I got dressed, I came out, I went and came here, my car's gone. Obviously, I didn't do enough research when I bought the car. He says, I just transferred my insurance. Progressive was cool about it. When it came time for renewal last month, though, they said they would not renew it. Having purchased the car back in March of this year, he's now $17,000 in the hole after the car was stolen. Reports have been pouring in about insurers refusing to provide coverage for some of these South Korean-made vehicles, certain models of Kias or Hyundais. The point of contention is specific models do not contain an engine immobilizer, which pairs the vehicle's key fob to the car's internal computer system. If the key in the ignition does not match the car, your car doesn't start. In some cases, the steering wheel would also reportedly lock. This has resulted in the city of Chicago announcing a lawsuit against the same car manufacturers, blaming them for the ease of theft that have resulted in, last year, all said and done, more than 8,800 stolen vehicles in Chicago. 41% of the car thefts that year, despite Kia and Hyundai only making up 7% of the cars in the city. Chicago's mayor said the failure to include immobilizers in the vehicle was an act of sheer negligence, and it disproportionately impacts low-income Chicago residents. Offenders have used the stolen Kia and Hyundai vehicles to commit other crimes, reckless driving, armed robbery, murder. As of September this year, these vehicles continue to be stolen at record rates. Now, Tony said, I called some other places to try and get some coverage for it. Basically, I'm denied. Ultimately, the insurance companies were right when they said they weren't going to insure it because the car, sure as shish kebab, did get stolen. All right, be careful if you're purchasing a used vehicle. Be aware. Eagle checks in on a Friday. Good morning, Eagle. What's happening out there?
Yeah, how you doing on the night? I'm out here on the road again, Steve. Like I say, headed to Pennsylvania and then try to head back to Texas. But I don't know, I can't really say what I want to say tonight. All I'm going to tell your listeners is just keep your eyes open tomorrow on, today, November the 3rd, 2023. Very interesting day. Just anybody that's interested, try to go and look it up after I finish this conversation with Steve. Very disturbing things. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. That's all I can say at this point right now, Steve. I want to say something right quick before I get on with what I want to talk about once I get back to Texas, Steve, and that's concerning the Donald Trump situation. Like I talked to you about this last night. These people have Donald Trump's son on trial in a courtroom. And I want to repeat myself for some of your listeners out there that are brain dead. Last time I checked, Donald Trump's sons weren't coke addicts. Donald Trump's sons wasn't accepting money from China, Ukraine, and other countries such as Joe Biden's son. Now, let me ask you a question, Steve. Doesn't it seem kind of strange that Donald Trump's sons would be sitting in a courtroom and not Hunter Biden? What the hell is going on?
Well,
do you understand what I'm saying?
And like I mentioned earlier, I think it's just the time's coming. Things should be reversed right now, but yeah, I think the time's coming. I think Hunter and Joe's and James Biden's day in court is coming quickly.
Yep, yeah, I understand that they have something going on right now. This new Speaker of the House, he's a true Republican, unlike the rhino that they got rid of, McCartney. He was nothing but a Democrat in disguise. That's why I'm glad he got the boot, kicked him out because he wasn't doing anything to really Republicans anyway. Donald Trump told him weeks ago to try to start the impeachment process on Biden, and he kept putting it on the back burner. But from what I'm understanding, this guy here, the new speaker, is not doing that. He's trying to seek impeachment papers on Joe Biden as we speak. Is exactly what he needs to do, because anybody who thinks that Joe Biden should remain in power for the next hour is for the next year. You're stupider than Joe Biden is, if that's possible. I'm not gonna hold back any words when it comes to Joe Biden, Steve, because there's nothing good to say about Joe Biden at this point. It's nothing good to say about this individual. He's the worst president that the United States of America has ever been associated with, and that includes Barack Hussein Obama, if that's his real name. So it goes like this, Steve. Hopefully this new speaker will do his job. And when I say do his job, I mean do the job, brother, and kick Joe Biden out with his boot straight to the streets of Washington, D.C., where he belongs, because this guy's been nothing but destruction for America. I'm fed up with it, and a lot of other people are fed up with it. I talked to you a couple of weeks ago about Thanksgiving coming up, Steve. There are a lot of families that are not going to have no damn Thanksgiving this year, mainly because of him, because people can't even afford to put a meal on the table. People came down in Texas, where I live at. I told you last year they had so many people show up for the Thanksgiving Day feast that they ran out of food. They didn't have enough room for all, and these were not homeless people. These were working Americans, people with jobs that couldn't even afford to put a turkey on the table for their family. And it's going to be even worse this year in 2024, where all over America, it ain't just in Texas, all over the USA, people are going to sit down on Thanksgiving Day and not have nothing to eat on their table. And it shouldn't be that way in the richest country in the world. Yet this man continues to send money over to Ukraine and other countries that where we got people in the USA that need this help and stuff. So, like I say, Steve, there's nothing good to say about this guy. Sundance is one of the most brain dead individuals I've ever seen to call into your show. I don't know where this guy comes from, where he lives at, or what he's all about. But he's a very ignorant person. He's not dumb. There's a difference between being dumb and ignorant. This guy is ignorant, Steve. He doesn't take the time to read and learn things before he opens his mouth. And he needs to start doing that before he calls your show, because he only makes himself look very, very ignorant. Now, let me say this one last thing before I hang up with you, Steve. When I get back to Texas, because God has blessed me over the last 10 to 15 years or more since I've been driving trucks, God has blessed me with the ability to operate a commercial vehicle and put money in my pocket. And it says in the Bible that you are supposed to bless others that are not as gifted as you. And I know that I'm a gifted man from God because I do what God asked me to do. So I'm going to do what God asked me. When I get back to Texas, I'm going to go to the local food bank place where I live at, and I'm going to ask the man there, does he have a family that doesn't have enough money to purchase a turkey dinner for their family? And I'm going to hand that man money to go out and purchase a turkey dinner for this family, whoever that might be, so that people can enjoy their Thanksgiving Day like I will on Thanksgiving Day. It's not, God has blessed me with the ability to have a nice Thanksgiving dinner, and I want to bless somebody else with that same deal. So that's exactly what I'm going to do when I get back to Texas next week, is find the homeless bank, and I'm going to bless somebody. Somebody's going to have a good Thanksgiving in Texas. Who that is, I don't know. But God told me to do that, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Eagle, thank you much. Good to hear from you. Have a great Friday. And all right, we'll be back into here, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, who wants to talk about brokers earlier? I got a little broker story here. There's a brokerage name out there that I'm sure anyone that's ever dealt with one's familiar with. That's TQL. And they're based out of Cincinnati, Ohio, no less. And I guess this video kind of went viral earlier this week, where an angry truck driver showed up at the TQL headquarters with his truck and trailer, a big white trailer, and he had spray painted down the side of the trailer, TQL, pay me my $8,000. I got bills to pay. Sitting outside the headquarters there. The video, you can see the semi in the parking lot there by the black spray paint, as I mentioned, on the side of the trailer. You can briefly see what appears to be either police or security maybe on the scene. There was a tweet or a message posted via X. It's X nowadays, which says, Gabriel Scott Requiza is fine. I just talked with him. He contacted TQL this morning, and they were very disrespectful to him and slammed the phone on him. Unfortunately for them, he was in Ohio at the time. So he thought he'd just pay him a little visit right there with that message outside the headquarters. Now, apparently, they say he was actually met with cheers and thumbs up from the employees at TQL. Yeah, all this unfolding as the National Owner-Operators Association announced a demonstration to call for increased freight broker transparency, particularly regarding 49 Code of the Federal Regulations, 371.3. But there you go. Give me my $8,000. I got bills to pay. Hello. Our number, 844-844-3388. What's going on with Pappy here on a Friday?
What's going on, Steve? That's a tad bit of money there, $8,000, man.
Yeah? Oh, yeah. Pay a lot of bills for that.
Man, Steve. Hey, look, man. Looking like Eagles are going to get the big cookie for tonight, man. For what he just said and reminded us, all us nocturnal listeners out here, that, this country, Steve, was formed under the Judean Christian way of life. And that's, we take care of our neighbors. We don't need the government to do it. Each other as neighbors do it for each other. because that's what Christians do.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the Western days, right? Before electricity or whatnot, if a gentleman's barn burnt down, the neighbors stepped up and helped that man build a new barn, Steve. Not the government.
Mm-hmm.
So his little talk there about saying what he was going to do when he got back home kind of, brought that to mind to me. And you notice he didn't ask if that family was a Trump supporter or not.
That's true. That's true.
He didn't say, hey, make sure this doesn't go to a Biden. So didn't even ask. Didn't even cross his mind. Steve, we've known this for a while. They got the goods on Biden. I mean, we've known this. Hannity was in D.C. the other night. And I don't know if you happen to see it or not, but the room was filled full of House members. And he had the House leader, all the heads of these committees, Jim Jordan, Sid Cohen, on there and having a little talk, and they specifically discussed these new receipts reference these payments,
loan repayments. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, loan repayments. The reason they're called loan repayments is because they're non-taxable, Steve. So they got the goods on them. They traced this everything. They laid it out right there on Hannity's show. I was like, man, Jim Jordan just laid it out, Steve. I mean,
I guess what? Long story short, these were incrementally the 10% for the big guy payments is what that's probably ultimately going to break down to be. So hold that thought there, because it is news break time there. Hit the halfway mark on a Friday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
USA News Update. More American citizens are leaving the conflict-ridden Gaza region, according to National Security Council Representative John Kirby. 74 Americans crossed from the Gaza Strip into Egypt today.
Embassy Cairo has deployed a consular team to the Rafah crossing to support all these folks, make sure they get back to the embassy, and then we work with them on onward movement as appropriate.
Hunter Biden alleges that right-wing critics are exploiting his addiction. In a recent USA Today op-ed, President Biden's son stated that his struggle has been manipulated as fuel for a malicious and prolonged disinformation effort aimed at his father. Texas Ranger fans won't have to wait long to celebrate their first World Series championship. A parade will be held tomorrow in Arlington, starting at 12:15 p.m. Central Time. The parade will begin in front of Globe Life Field and circle back around to the ballpark. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's Proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For Proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's Proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here where we leave off. It's a Friday. Good to have you on board. Yeah, we were chatting with Pappy there. So, yeah, what were we at? 10% for the big guy. And they're waiting for, I guess, word from Comer yesterday. There's several subsequent bank transactions they're awaiting to arrive. And when they do, then we'll be getting some subpoenas. And I think he did go on to say that it was either him or maybe the speaker, the new House Speaker, who said, I hate that we're going to have to bring in family members, kind of like they're doing to Trump right now. But there's so many extended family, kids, grandkids that are involved in this. Yeah, they're going to have to bring them in.
Yes, dude, that's who all the payments were going to.
Correct.
So they got the receipts that one of these payments came from the Chinese Communist Party for $400,000. Went to Jim Biden. Then it went to Sarah Biden. And then miraculously, the big guy
got $40,000.
$40,000.
That's 10%, isn't it?
That's 10% of 400. And that's not the only transaction that comes out that way, Steve. They still got the ties from Ukraine. Washington's little piggy bank. The whole Burisma deal. And it was funny. Did you hear that tape when Hunter Biden was on the phone with that guy representing the Chinese Communist Party, where I'm sitting here with my father.
Yep.
And we're expecting you to, right? That conversation.
And I don't want to hear from anybody else but the guy that's going to make the payment.
Yes, sir. So they got the goods. And Steve, they were talking, Jim Jordan said, oh man, daggone, I should have wrote it down maybe. In excess of $15 million that the Biden family has received over the years. And Biden's always been a liar, Steve. We talked about this when he first started running. I forget what year it was, late 80s, maybe. I don't know if he was throwing his hat in the ring when Clinton started running, but he was making all these claims, how he finished top of his class and had all these degrees and blah, blah, blah. And what's his name from Mazer News Outlet? We only had two back in them days. Called him out. It's before they went communist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Called him out. And as a result, Steve, he had to admit that he was lying and withdrew his name from trying to run. Hey, on Sundance's little comment here, he's right, the devil can mess with people's heads. So he needs to be careful that he don't fall in any traps here. I'm like you, Steve. I'm far from any religious expert. Pretty sure the Old Testament was written by the Jews and the New Testament was written in Christianity and the more modern. And there is excerpts in the Bible about do not turn your back on the Jewish people. I'm sure Rambler, like you said, could really enlighten us here on this whole thing. But when he speaks of evil, Steve, here again, we got to look at the actions of people, the evil that has been committed against the Israelis, the Jewish people. And I'm not just talking about October 7th. Going back generations, obviously, what the Nazis did. You mean to tell me you're going to try to extinguish a whole population and march 1 million people into the gas chambers? And that's not evil? Try to turn that around on the Jewish people?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Steve, I heard some other things here that these atrocities that occurred on the 7th by Hamas was done on purpose and with design. The evilness that they did do that day. They wanted that reaction from Israel. They knew how Israel and Netanyahu would respond to the evilness that was done to them that day. But they really had no choice in the matter. And if you back out to that 30,000-foot level, Steve, and if this all goes back, if you look at the big picture, looking back at China, Steve, and on really who is calling the shots. Iran would not be getting involved the way they have been getting involved unless China was giving them the thumbs up to do so. Russia would have never went into Ukraine unless China gave them the thumbs up to do so. So we can't take our eyes. We've been talking about China for how long now? And there's a lot of evidence that China is calling a lot of these shots. That's what's going on. Things going on around in this world.
And in recent weeks or even months, more of the focus. I mean, since the Russian invasion, the focus has been Russia, now the Middle East, and you're really not a whole lot of attention being paid to China.
No, sir.
At least that we're aware of. That
could allow them could allow them to march right into Taiwan. I don't know. I mean, we're obviously, man, on a tinderbox. And it's not by accident. It's by design. And like I said a couple weeks ago, unfortunately, we got some buffoons running this country that could fall right into the trap of what these people want. Go back to saying again, Steve, if this far left Democrats know for a fact, and it's looking that way now, that there's no way in Hades that Joe Biden stands a chance of winning this election, what are they willing to do? Are they willing to start another full-scale war over there? So we're obviously in for a big ride here, and we all knew this was coming. This ain't no surprise. So if I could just remind everybody again, man. Listen, we got enemy boots on our soil. It just amazes me how the whole world, seems to be turning on Israel. And again, Steve, I think this was all by design. They wanted Israel to go in there and just annihilate Gaza, which in turn would make Israel look to be the bad guy in some people's eyes that don't have 20/20 vision. So, hey man, stock up on some food and water. I'm begging you people. If you don't have to use it, that's the best. Steve, I spent, I don't know, honestly, man, $2,000-$3,000 on dehydrated food. And it's just sitting in the closet, Steve. Best day of my life is if I'd never have to use it. It stores for 20, 25 years. And hopefully that's the best $3,000 I ever spent, whether that stuff goes bad or whether I have to break it out and use it. Better to have than to have not.
Correct.
All right, man. Listen, I rambled on here long enough, but hey, kudos to Eagle there. He's a good man, good patriot. And I appreciate you taking the call, Steve. Back to work this weekend.
Back to work.
Be hard at you on.
I know those weeks. I mean, they go by so quick, right? I just started a week off yesterday. At least it felt like I did. Anyway, first, there is no There's no election fraud out there. There was no election fraud in 2020, and we have no fears of mail-in ballots come 2024, which I promise that's going to be the big push once again. Yeah, they will find a reason to get that back in play for 24. But let's take you to Bridgeport, Connecticut. Yeah, maybe just a small example of things that may have happened or will happen on a much grander scale. This was actually a Democrat mayoral election, primary election, I should say. Just a Democrat primary. The Superior Court Judge, William Clark, overturning the primary election because they've got the surveillance video footage that reveal individuals stuffing multiple absentee ballots into the ballot drop boxes. Charlie Kirk, CEO of Turning Point USA, shared a portion of this leaked surveillance video, writing, "A judge just overturned a mayoral primary election in Bridgeport, Connecticut, after Democrat operatives were caught ballot stuffing." This video was leaked. It reveals a Democrat clerk actually stuffing this drop box multiple times in the same day. Like I said, it's on the video. Based on the video, evidence, and a recent case, Kirk also questioned how common ballot stuffing is in American elections, whether this will be the first of many cases centered around ballot stuffing, and whether the Connecticut case will serve as a legal precedent to be used in future cases. In his Wednesday ruling, Clark wrote, quote, "The volume of ballots so mishandled is such that it calls the result of the primary election into serious doubt and leaves the court unable to determine the legitimate result of said primary." According to the Associated Press, the Connecticut judge's ruling released 6 days prior to the city's general election. As a result, voters will vote in Bridgeport's mayoral election next Tuesday before later having the opportunity to vote for the Democratic nominee in a rescheduled primary election. The rescheduled primary election date has not yet been set. Tuesday's election will feature Ganim as the Democrat nominee, David Herz as the Republican nominee, and both Gomes and Lamont Daniels as independent candidates, according to the AP. The judge explained in his ruling he did not have the authority to cancel or postpone the general election. Nevertheless, the judge has said he has seen enough evidence to rule in favor of a new Democrat primary election. The Democrat Mayor Joe Ganim initially defeated the challenger John Gome in a September 12 primary election by 251 votes out of 8,173 total votes, according to the AP. In his ruling, the judge highlighted evidence of abnormal numbers of absentee ballots in various voting districts, as well as the surveillance video footage that showed multiple individuals stuffing literally stacks of ballots into ballot drop boxes, which is a violation of Connecticut law. The judge said the videos are shocking to the court, and it should be shocking to all parties involved. Now, I checked out some of the video that was released, and you've got the one, it's a female, she is a clerk, and you see her, she's literally carrying a bag full of ballots, and she's got stacks in her hand, and she walks across the parking lot to the ballot drop box, she stuffs a bunch in, leaves briefly, comes back with more stacks of ballots. Then they show her at her desk. I mean, the first camera view is the surveillance footage of the actual ballot drop box. Then there's video footage from inside the office where she works. She's behind her desk, and she comes out from behind her desk with stacks of ballots, gives them to another worker there in the office. This time it's a male. She follows him out the door, watches him cross the parking lot. This drop box is outside the building she's working in. Yeah, she watches him go over to the drop box and stuffs all the ballots she had just handed him into that same drop box. And based on that, there's hundreds of ballots we're talking about here. Pay no attention. All right, 9 before the hour. We'll return into here a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here on a Friday morning. Knuckle Buster.
Oh, what a tangled web we weave when at first we practice to deceive. That's only an isolated incident, Steve. That's not nationwide. They wouldn't do that, would they?
No, certainly not. No way. No way.
No, absolutely. Well, let's talk about them brokers a second. That's C.H. Robinson. I like them people there. That C.H. stands for cheap and heavy. And I read where old Nancy Pelosi, she got a subpoena for something out there in California. I didn't get a chance to read the article. All I seen was the headline that she reported it there, right? So, is she going to go to jail?
I saw where that was, who was it? The clerk had to read that announcement somewhere in the House. I don't know when that came down. Was it yesterday? I didn't get a chance to get the whole story either, but the clip I saw said you'd think that would make major headline news that Pelosi has been subpoenaed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely there. Well, this is going to be an embarrassment to them Arlington Rancheros there, Steve, or better known as the Dallas Cowboys. They're going to have that baseball parade starting at the Rangers field, march all the way around the Cowboys stadium, and then go right back to the Rangers stadium there. So that'd be an embarrassment to them Rancheros, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or it should be. A wild animal, you better leave it alone, people. If you've never heard Jerry Clyde's coon hunting story about Knocky Mile John, I guarantee you'll find out them ain't no cute, cuddly little critters there. Well, I wasn't going to call in back until the last hour, Steve, but anyway, that guy happened to say that Jesus Christ was a black man. Jesus Christ is not a black Egyptian. Jesus Christ was a dark or olive-colored skinned Jew, as far as everybody.
Hang on a second. Looks like we got our little disconnect once again. We'll have to reconnect on the phone lines. I don't know why that happens from time to time. I don't know. if it may be like a system overload kind of thing. But yeah, Nancy Pelosi was indeed subpoenaed, and it was read on the House floor on Wednesday, I guess it was. I'll get the rest of the story coming up here. All right, I'm sorry, Knucklebuster. We lost you briefly there. Welcome back.
Do you know who Mark Lowry is?
I recognize the name.
He's a Christian comedian there. He wrote the song, Mary, Did You Know?
Okay.
He says he wants to ask Jesus when he gets to heaven, did your mama ever tell you to shut the door? Were you born in a barn?
Right?
Yeah, no, that's right. Well, I agree with Eagle. You got to bless as you've been blessed. If you don't know someone who is struggling, ask your preacher or the food bank. They'll know somebody there. We try to buy a bag of groceries and then go set it at somebody's doorstep for Thanksgiving or Christmas. There's all kinds of people struggling out there, Steve. And if you were struggling, I'd put one on your doorstep there. So that's all my bull on it for right now. I'll call back in the last hour, and we'll talk about a little college football sport to start this weekend. How about that?
Yeah, I actually put out the bat signal to Big Ed because I had a couple of questions. I guess he was snoozing this evening about his college football because he's the official, or I guess you'd say aficionado when it comes to college football. Yeah, Saturday, another big day coming up here. All right, let's get our top of the hour news break. We hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Earlier today, the House approved an aid package to Israel, marking the first significant test of Representative Mike Johnson's speakership. The bill, although still faces challenges in becoming law, passed with a vote of 226 to 196. 12 Democrats voted in favor, while 2 Republicans voted against it. The package aims to provide $14.3 billion to Israel as it expands its military operations in Gaza in response to the unprecedented Hamas terror attack in early October. Donald Trump's two oldest sons have finished their time on the stand in his civil trial in New York City.
Former President Trump's son Eric testified in the civil trial against the Trump Organization on Thursday. That followed testimony from his brother Don Jr. Wednesday. Don Jr. spoke to reporters outside the courthouse after Eric's testimony.
The banks in question made hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, think about this, right? They are not claiming that they're a victim. They are not saying that they were misled.
The state accuses Eric, Don Jr., the former president, and other organization members of inflating financial statements for advantageous loans, insurance policies, and deals. They have all denied those allegations. I'm John Schaefer.
Desmond Mills Jr., one of the former Memphis police officers accused in the killing of Tyree Nichols, has pleaded guilty to federal charges. Mills Jr. pleaded guilty to 2 of 4 federal charges in a Tennessee court earlier today and also agreed to plead guilty to state charges. Parents at a New Jersey high school express outrage as their daughters discovered AI-generated fake, explicit images of themselves circulating among classmates, leading to humiliation. A boy later admitted that the real photos were used from social media to create fake nude images. The school is investigating the incident following reports to the administration. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Toyota has issued a recall affecting over 1 million vehicles. A recall announced on Wednesday specifically pertains to select RAV4 models spanning from 2013 to 2018. Toyota has identified a problem with the replacement batteries, which have the potential to trigger a fire, and is actively working on a resolution for the issue. The next Federal Open Market Committee meeting will be held on December 12th and 13th. At this time, the chairman says he expects to keep the rate the same. Lance Pry has more.
Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell told reporters the central bank will not raise the Fed's interest rate at their next meeting. The interest rate is what banks pay the government for money, which in turn combats inflation. But the side effect is what we're seeing now in America. Everything is very expensive. It's the second meeting in a row the Fed held interest rates steady following 11 rate hikes, including 4 this year.
2 border state congressmen from different sides of the aisle are asking Congress for more funds for first responders to handle a surge of illegal immigration. Arizona Democrat Ruben Gallego and Texas Republican Michael McCall sent a joint letter to the chair of the House Appropriations Committee. The letter outlines the burden being taken on by local police and firefighters. CBS has nearly sold out of the Super Bowl commercial slots, a departure from the usual last-minute rush. CBS's pricing at around $7 million for a 30-second spot is consistent with the 2023 big game broadcast. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, welcome into a Friday. There you go, TGIF. Rubber Duck checks in morning. A little chilly out here in St. Albans, West Virginia. Rolling back over for a bit. Gary, hey there. Morning, Steve. All the overnight crew. Got 34 degrees, Southwest Ohio. All right, very good. 5-7, what do you got going on? Third cup of hot coffee, Spam and cheese on toast with mustard. I love the show, but I'm going to get a 30-minute nap. All right. Santa Claus, top of the morning, 62 degrees, Sacramento, California this morning. Looks like we might very well be doing another cross-country trip come December. Maybe get the opportunity to break bread with you then. All right, that sounds great. Look forward to that. Going to be passing through? Let me know. We'll get to other industry headlines coming up here. Let me get Daryl on board this Friday. Hello, Daryl. What's happening?
Good morning. How's the family and how's Stryker doing this morning?
Everybody doing well. Stryker looking good. Getting strong.
Did you have a lot of visitors for Halloween?
Well, according to the better half, she said we did. Now, there was plenty of candy left over, so I don't know. I slept through it, though. How about you? You get any trick-or-treaters in your neck of the woods?
Not many,
No.
and most of them were older teenagers. I guess it was too cold for the little tacks to come out in my neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. It was a chilly night.
I heard Mucky Gouger the other night tell about his wreck hitting a big buck out in Texas, and I thought he may have to rewrite his book or write another appendage or even write a new book. That's quite a tale that he told, and I hung on to every word of it.
Yeah.
I met Jimmy there in Louisville a few years ago when he got to dedicate his place down there, and enjoyed talking to him. He was dressed like a Philadelphia lawyer that day, and I shook hands with him, talked to him while you were on the radio show. But I read his book that he wrote, and I always admired what he has accomplished in his lifetime. The last time you talked to Doc, he was out just arrived in Vegas. Did you ever hear how he did in Vegas for his 4 days?
Oh, he wasn't in Vegas. I think he was upstate New York. Now, he did chime in and say he didn't do too well as far as the poker table is concerned, but ironically enough, I think it was last night he chimed in, and he made it to his next destination. And would you believe he's not going to be able to load for like another 4 days? He's stuck right next door to a casino for 5 days.
Well, that's trucking. It will surprise you every time you go out on a route.
I think he said his company pays him a couple $100 a day when he's when he's waiting like that. He tried to take that $200 in the casino and turn it into $1,000 a day.
I see.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it works, and
he
sometimes
could write a book
don't.
about that if it works.
Yeah, yeah, you ain't kidding.
I pulled into one of those casinos on my way to Texas one time at Biloxi, Mississippi, and I came back to get my suitcase out of the back of my truck, and it was gone. And I thought that was the most disappointed thief in the world because I didn't have much in there, but it was all the clothes I had to wear, and I had to go to a Western store to get a new pair of jeans. I'll let you go. Enjoyed your show, and I know you're busy tonight. I hope you have a good weekend, Steve.
Hey, thank you so much. As always, Gerald, thank you for checking in. You do the same. Have a great weekend, and we'll chat maybe next week. All right, in the state of Colorado, let's get to some of the industry headlines. Trucker safety is the focus of the Colorado DOT's Mountain Rules campaign, a partnership of the Colorado DOT, State Patrol, Colorado Motor Carriers Association, Prepass Safety Alliance, and DriveWise. According to the news release, BUILD is a comprehensive trucker safety program to inform and educate in-state as well as out-of-state trucking companies about the challenge of navigating the mountainous terrain in the state, which it can get ugly out there this time of year. Preventing and avoiding hazards as well as providing resources and improvements to infrastructure, all part of the Mountain Rules campaign. Now, information they say on brake check locations on eastbound I-70 and all eastbound chain stations east of the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels will be updated as part of the campaign. Additionally, the wide eastbound exit ramp at the Genesee Park interchange will be restriped into a more defined short-term parking area. This will allow a place where overheated brakes can cool and or equipment checks can be made before that final descent into the Golden, Colorado area. There will be a subscription-based in-cab alert system about common locations where brake failures occur, as well as nearby brake check and runaway truck ramp locations, which is now available. And lastly, information will be gathered on the feasibility of a new ramp or other measures to mitigate runaway trucks at the Mount Vernon Canyon runaway truck ramp. Of course, Colorado's lower Straight Creek runaway truck ramp is the most heavily used in the United States, they say. Key areas for hot brakes on I-70 are near exit 205 for westbound traffic and exit 228 for eastbound traffic. Colorado DOT's website also notes that major truck crashes happen at a high occurrence at the switchback curve near Wolf Creek Scenic Overlook. Truck drivers have it especially difficult in the mountains in this state. When driving a vehicle that's up to 70 feet long, weighing up to 80,000 pounds, the terrain along the mountain corridor increases the likelihood of brake failure. Of course, weather is a major factor. Colorado routinely experiencing high winds, hail, rock falls, fires, floods, and, of course, we're heading into the snowy time of year. Sergeant MacGyver on a Friday. Hey there.
Happy Friday, Steve.
Thank you much.
All right, sir. Want to touch on this Jewish, Judeo-Christian, Christian values talk people have mentioned. A couple of months ago, a commercial by a fairly popular rabbi had written a book, and he's peddling his book. But the commercial caught my attention because he basically was saying that rabbis and historical figures in the Jewish faith had absolutely misled the Jews, and this man, being a Jewish rabbi, said he did the research, and what he came up with was that Jesus Christ was the Savior, and that the poor Jewish people had been terribly misled. by rabbis in the past. And I'm not trying to stir the pot. I just humbly reporting something that I had saw on Newsmax. And I was astonished. I wasn't even paying halfway attention to the TV, and when I saw that, I was like, oh, my God. And I saw it one or two more times, and I regret not writing the gentleman's name down and getting the book. But he said he was absolutely convinced that Jesus Christ was our Savior, and that it was terrible how people in the past, leaders in the Jewish faith, had misled the people. So I imagine that might ruffle some feathers, but who knows? I figure it's a good topic of discussion. I couldn't let Huckleberry, Sundance, whatever he wants to call himself this week, I couldn't let that go unresponded. I got to let him know that, you're just not a serious guy. I've known a guy for 46 years now. We grew up together. He's chased these gold, silver stories, this, that, and the other. And I could just save a whole lot of people out there. If you get interested in any of this, I've watched this tremendously good friend of mine waste years chasing these stories down. And it's kind of like something we learned in the military. When you a sensitive item, a weapon, night vision device, something like that, they start establishing a chain of custody. And we're talking about gold, silver, bullion, talking about money that might have financed the Union or the South in the Civil War. When you do your research, and Sundance, I apologize, but the first problem is your mouth. When someone's serious about getting something like this, they keep their mouth shut, they do their research, and they establish a chain of custody. And you, my friend, when you do it right, you'll probably figure out that the chain of custody was broken, and your sister, mother, brother, other cousin, Uncle Jim, Grandpa Joe, they've only got part of the story. So when you're a year from now and you've gotten nowhere with this project, you get in contact with me, and then you hit me with a serious offer, and we can talk non-disclosure agreement, and we can talk about clauses.
So I'm assuming the 1% offer didn't float too well. No,
he's not a serious guy. Sundance want to come back with 30%. He might have my attention, but I've heard so many of these stories. I won't invest my time, effort, energy. I don't like to waste people's time with my resume, but I've got a couple of successful businesses going on. I've been self-employed since I retired from the Army in 2003, so I know what I'm doing a little bit, and I can see a con job. I can see a false story from a mile away. But I put it out there. Sundance, you want to get serious, we talk at least 30%, but I'm not here to negotiate on the Steve Summers Overnight Show, but he's got my number. You're welcome to email me, call me, look at me on Facebook. So that's that, as Chris Plant would say. Let me say something about Eagle and Knucklebuster. God bless you guys. I've been giving back, probably nowhere near the magnitude I should, but I give back monthly, Children's Hospital, co-chairs, things like that. That's just leadership by example. And I want to say kudos to Knucklebuster and Eagle, looking out for folks in time of need. So God bless you. Steve, I'm a political kind of hawk, and politics is my hobby. I am from Kentucky. Jamie Comer has done a tremendous job of peeling back these multiple layers. Joe Biden, since he ran in '88 and had to drop out, everybody knows he's a blowhard. I mean, look, he got his wife from another man because he's a big smack talker. Joe Biden is not a smart man. He's done sloppy business. It all leads back to Obama. That's why Obama didn't want him to run. Oh, you can't tell me none of Obama's advisors came to him, none of them, and said, your vice president is crooked and he's messing up. No, they knew. Obama knew, and Obama's still pulling the puppet strings today for Biden. But Jamie Comer's smart. Jim Jordan is smart. I think we've got a decent, from what little I know, he seems like a good man, the House Speaker. Definitely Kevin McCarthy was a loser, as Eagle had pointed out. Kevin McCarthy was another Paul Ryan, not going to get anything done. but it does seem like they're stepping ever so slowly but closer to hitting Biden where it hurts. You hurt Biden, you hit him in the family. Biden doesn't care about anybody but him and his family. You hit him with the family, you're going to hurt him. And I want to roll right on to talk about China because it's absolutely related. When we talk about Gaza and we talk about the Israelis, and God bless them, they've tried to make this two-state solution work. It's not going to work. And Netanyahu, he'd be a better American president than what we've got now, especially. But Netanyahu's going to do his thing, and I don't blame him. But all this is about money. And if folks have forgotten, I'm married to a Chinese woman. I've been to China 4 times. And I can tell you a lot of things about the Chinese Communist Party. But I can tell you folks, let me sum it up. You do need to watch what you're doing. You need to have the stuff put back like Pappy says. Mm-hmm. You need to have guns, ammunition. You need to have a backup plan. But I can tell you, China is so smart. If you ever read Sun Tzu, The Art of War, and even Michael Pillsbury and Gordon Chang have had trouble deciphering because Chinese is such a backwards language. You know, people can tell from my voice I'm from the north. I'm from the southeast, despite my father being from the north. So in China, if you're from the southeast and you go to tell somebody you're from the southeast, you don't say it that way. You say, I'm from the east-south. And I point that out because their language is very backwards or oppositely developed from ours. And things get lost in translation big time. And even the experts, Gordon Chang and Michael Pillsbury, are having trouble trying to figure out. Well, to me, it's not too darn hard to figure out. Trump had Xi Jinping on the ropes. He would never admit it. But the Chinese Communist Party were getting ready to oust him. The Chinese, if they don't see double-digit growth in their GDP each and every year, they start pointing the finger. China's not interested in fighting a conventional war. They're not interested in invading Taiwan. They're interested in rattling the sabers. They're interested in pitting Jews against Christians, black against white, Americans against whoever. A lot of people don't realize China put $1 billion in investments into an appliance park in Africa that makes the appliance park in Louisville, Kentucky look like a speck on a gnat's ass. So you can bet your bottom dollar. You want to know what China's doing? Follow the money. You want to see what happened to Trump, how he was cheated? Follow the money. Trump was hurting China. And I bring all this together, I hope, for people to understand. Rest assured, it's going to take American people to stand up, just like this mayoral race that was reported on earlier. Mm-hmm. It's going to take Americans to stand up, pull out your smartphone, videotape this crookedness that's going on, but follow the money. China don't care about fighting conventionally. They're going to defeat you before the battle's won financially. They're going to take every advantage they can. Steve, as always, I appreciate you taking my call.
Always good to hear from you, Sergeant MacGyver. Appreciate your input. You know, obviously he knows a whole lot more about China than I do. Married to a Chinese national. All right. Great to hear from you. Hey, let's move from China to New York City. A whole new red light district has erupted in New York City. What's going on? Well, it's the mass influx of Venezuelan migrant women working as prostitutes. Roosevelt Avenue in the Corona neighborhood of Queens is filled with Venezuelan migrants offering sex services in the open air, the so-called Market of Sweethearts. According to the Daily Mail, prostitutes have even been seen working in the neighborhood during the day and sometimes soliciting children as they leave school. Mayor Adams, who previously warned the migrant crisis is going to dramatically alter that city, said the eruption in prostitution just represents yet another example of its impact. Now, he said he'd visited the area himself and confirmed illegal activity has been taking place, although he said the majority of these sex workers are Venezuelan women migrants. He didn't say if they were prostitutes prior to arriving in New York or if they've now turned to this as a means of survival. This is what happens when you create an atmosphere that people cannot provide for themselves and have to turn to illegal activities to do so. Well, first and foremost, Mr. Adams, it was an illegal activity to come into the country, first and foremost. Now, when I talk about the spiraling impact of how this is going to affect our city, this is what I'm talking about. We're going to create generational problems based on the failure of the federal government. And this is one example. Now, he said his administration will primarily focus on prosecuting the patrons while giving aid to the women. He also scolded far-left activists in the city trying to make prostitution legal. This is where idealism collides with realism. He said, I've had elected officials tell me that these women are just trying to work. Why are you trying to harm them? There's real issues around illegal sex work, from STDs to sex trafficking girls to violence. Of course, we know several months ago he sounded off about the migrant crisis changing New York City forever. If you've forgotten, he said, let me tell you something, New Yorkers. Never in my life have I had a problem that I did not see an ending to. I do not see an ending to this. I don't see an ending. This issue will destroy New York City as we're getting 10,000 migrants monthly coming into the city. I don't know. Have you thought about maybe revoking your sanctuary city status? Maybe, Mayor Adams? There's an idea. Have you thought about maybe not offering 4- and 5-star hotels to those migrants showing up via the bus in your city? I did see last week where apparently, I guess they've run out of facilities, actual physical locales, hotel rooms and things. They've run out. And they were actually discussing maybe handing out tents. Yeah, not like a big tent city with hundreds of cots inside one big tent, but individual, like family-sized tents. Where I don't know, are we going to turn Central Park into a migrant tent city or something? Those are things they're actually discussing there in New York City. Well, of course, the border is wide open. What is our latest caravan headed to the southern border up to now? It was 7,000 as of about 24 hours ago. I bet it's bigger now. And we'll get a timeout news break here as we hit the bottom of the hour. It's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. More American citizens are leaving the conflict-ridden Gaza region, according to National Security Council Representative John Kirby. 74 Americans crossed from the Gaza Strip into Egypt today.
Embassy Cairo has deployed a consular team to the Rafah crossing to support all these folks, make sure they get back to the embassy, and then we work with them on onward movement as appropriate.
Hunter Biden alleges that right-wing critics are exploiting his addiction. In a recent USA Today op-ed, President Biden's son stated that his struggle has been manipulated as fuel for a malicious and prolonged disinformation effort aimed at his father. Texas Ranger fans won't have to wait long to celebrate their first World Series championship. A parade will be held tomorrow in Arlington, starting at 12:15 p.m. Central Time. The parade will begin in front of Globe Life Field and circle back around to the ballpark. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Meanwhile, in Las Vegas, the big show. Today's the final day, Friday. The big SEMA show will be wrapping up. Been going all week long. And Hot Shot Secret right in the middle of things, in the heart of things. I think Kyle posted several photos this past day. Big booth. I did not realize in the Hot Shot Secret booth they have on display what is being described as the world's first. It is a Cummins swapped twin turbo diesel Lamborghini. You can imagine that beautiful red Lamborghini, but it's got a diesel. It's one of a kind, the world's first Cummins twin turbo diesel Lamborghini on display in the Hot Shot Secret booth. That is A beautiful car. I wondered if Kyle got a chance to take it for a spin. All right, let's check in with Vic this Friday morning. What do you say, Vic?
Oh, well, you were talking about that Lamborghini there. Did you know Cummins, I think it was in 1954, actually had a diesel in the Indy 500. I might be wrong on the year, but I know Cummins did have a diesel. Yeah. Yeah, and of course, I don't know if you've seen it tonight, but Cummins is laying off some people. So anyway, which kind of was a shocker to me. I had some friends that are retired now that work for Cummins. One was in the what do you call it, the research or tech or whatever, and then he had some sort of a little company. He was putting together drivetrains, and he finally gave that up a year ago. So anyways, that they were working at, he told me years ago that in their union settlement that the companies that was selling different things to Cummins as far as the research part and all that, somehow, some way, the contract, when they go in and put in, I'm just going to say like an assembly line, usually along with that contract comes the education on how to use it and everything else. And somehow their union came along and said that, they had to have a union worker along. So I don't know. His name is Johnny. And if Johnny, I don't know, maybe Johnny picked up a lot of education because he was one of those that went along once they came in and put in new systems. And I guess that's how he got into setting up his own little company after he left, because he just graduated high school, but that doesn't mean you couldn't learn a lot. And I know months ago, when you were talking about going over to Nashville, that Indiana, that used to be part of Cummins' test route, I think. I remember someone wrote an article about it, but they had to do all their different things. But anyway, that's more pleasure to talk about trucks and engines and dogs and all that. But back to the matter that I called in about on this deal with Biden and with Trump. Every commercial contract in the United States comes under the Uniform Commercial Code, and there's a boatload of stuff in there on real estate. There's also a lot of stuff in there on lending money, and also on the tax code. And the last I knew on the tax code, if you just loan a friend or someone some money and you don't have any paperwork with it, it's just a word of mouth thing, you really can't write that off from your taxes if it isn't paid back. Everything has to be done according to law, for lack of a better term. And New York used to have some of the most stringent laws on both real estate, insurance, and finances. And they're going after Trump on all this other stuff that he did in the state of New York. Well, there's a lot of people up there that are making a lot of money. You were just talking about sex trafficking. That's all illegal from the day they enter, and people get into that, and they usually by subterfuge. And then once they get into it, somebody says, hey, you can be a model or, work as a hostess. And then the next thing they know, it's more than what they're entitled to. And then they tell them, said, you can't go to the police because if you do, you're in this country illegal and blah, blah, blah. And there they go. Or else they take a passport away from them if they did enter under a visa. So there's a lot of stuff for Letitia James to work on other than Trump. Because with Trump, if he committed any, what I want to say, fraudulent loan activity on this assessing the value of property and everything, well, the insurance company and the financial institution, they also violated New York's laws. But by and large, I don't know why Trump or anybody would overvalue anything, because your insurance rates are based on the value of the property. And the banks, they have a responsibility to the financial institutions, whether it's a U.S. bank or a state bank or whatever it is, whatever their governing authority is, along with the Federal Reserve, they have requirements. They can't just go out there and loan money willy-nilly just because somebody said something was worth something. And I know out there on the road, I would see a lot of people with cars, classic cars, rusting down in the yard. And I've met not the particular people with that I'd see those, but other people that had those cars, and they said, well, this car sold the other day, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, but I believe that was a Class 1 car, not basically a salvage car. You've got a lot of money. You're going to have to put a lot of money in that car to bring it up to the standards you're talking about selling classic cars. I don't know if that's a good analogy, but, and in real estate, it's location, 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 and how much business that is going on. If a building is vacant and there's no business being conducted, then it's not worth much. But if you have a thriving business, it's worth more. I mean, that stuff is so, it's so straightforward. I know what Letitia James is, I feel like I know what Letitia James is after. She's trying to get that property cheap for somebody, and I suspect it's somebody in her bailiwick that she knows she would never be able to get a lot of that property any other way. And the reason they're going after Trump's family is because she can get Trump, but what's she going to do if all of a sudden that property is owned by say, Jared Kushner or somebody else that really isn't a part of the Trump organization? She's done all that. Trump still is in control of the property, even if she takes his real estate license and his commercial license and everything else. So she has to cast a very wide net and try to get everybody, and that's why she's going after the family. And I don't think she's going to be able to get that done. I believe that some of the courts have already ruled that I think Don Jr. or it's Ivanka. Anyway, one of them, they weren't even around at the time that she's trying to prosecute Trump for, and a lot of the statutes of limitations have ran out. So she's pretty well, to me, if it's handled properly, she's going to come to a dead end on that. And some of these other cases that are going on, you're talking about like with the that fraud case that they're trying to bring against him and all that classified stuff and everything else. I mean, yeah, Steve, I'll just give you a real quick example with me. I didn't know until the other day that the diet that U-2 pilots eat was classified if it was a CIA pilot. Well, that was one of my jobs for the Air Force pilots when I was a vet tech, and every other vet tech in the Air Force at that time, was each aircraft in the Air Force, they have a certain meal they have to eat because of their digestive properties. And, they don't want someone to have to cancel a flight because of intestinal problems. And one of the problems that they had with the UT pilots, there was suits that they wear, that they make a provision for urination, but they don't for defecation. And if they defecate in one of those suits, it's ruined. And that's just kind of a side note there. But I used to see those meals all the time. Why it was classified for the CIA and not for the Air Force, I don't know. But we used to get those the menus people would eat, even at the dining halls and everything. I mean, that was just routine thing. So, you could actually be handling something that in one area was classified and not in another. I mean, this whole classification thing, it's not all cut and dry. That's just all I can say. And actually, there at the last, one of the people, the last I knew of it, the company that took over for the drivers, that thing they used to call that they had the driver's record and everything, the company that took that over, you know how they get the driver's records all messed up, and they'd have a heck of, that. I'm sorry, I'm kind of stumbling here, but anyway, that's the company that was doing the security clearance thing, the reviews and everything. That was the same company that had taken over that driver's record thing. So they're not exactly a sterling example of that. So, and the National Archives, they're tasked with making sure that they don't keep stuff classified longer than what it should be classified. So they're going to get into a heck of a can of worms on that, or they should with Trump. And the whole thing we all know is to keep Trump off the 2024 ballot. That's the ultimate goal. But anyway, and I just wanted to mention that Uniform Commercial Code covers all that stuff that Letitia James is trying to do up there in New York. And I know whenever we used to do all that leasing and everything, if you see a railroad car going down the track and it has an X over it, that's leased. And if you look real closely, it might be Morgan Guarantee and Trust out of New York. They're the big leasers. Back in the late 70s, early 80s, they had the Safe Harbor leasing, and they were building railroad cars and barges like crazy and then the freight fell off. So a lot of people had the ultimate tax write-off. They were built for tax shelters. And there's so much stuff that goes on with that. I mean, I don't really know what Letitia James thought she could get done, but all I can say is that there's a world of history there.
Yeah.
And I don't see how
she's living up to what she campaigned on. She campaigned vowing to get Donald Trump. Yeah, no matter what it takes. As frivolous as the case seemed, because that's any legal analyst said from the very get-go that this case is very, very little chance of going anywhere. At the same time, the one case that all the legal eagles said if any case Trump needed to be really concerned about more than any, it was, I believe, the Georgia case. But they're, been seeing more holes being shot in that case as well. It's all about keeping him tied up. Keep him in the courtroom. If he's tied up in the courts, he can't focus on campaigning. He can't focus on the reelection or getting elected effort. And it's 12 before the hour. But thank you much. Have a great weekend there, Vic. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So on a Friday morning, surely there got to be something in the world of electric vehicles to touch on. Of course there is. In both cases, both of these are in the trucking sector. Remember, Nikola Corporation recalling all the trucks, so the electric trucks. To date, they had sold, being recalled because of the batteries, the risk of fires. Well, the question had been, what's it going to cost them? No, the update says Nikola has set aside $61.8 million to replace the batteries in its recalled electric trucks. Company expects to begin returning repaired trucks to customers in the first quarter of next year. The accrued liability in third quarter earnings includes the estimated cost to re-engineer, validate, and retrofit the 209 recalled battery electric trucks with an alternative battery pack. Now, they've only sold 209 trucks to date. They're all recalled. What if they were up to 22,009 trucks and had this recall? $61.8 million being set aside for 209 trucks. They did not identify the supplier for the alternative battery pack. Upon further investigation, it was determined that the compromise of the battery packs was not limited to the coolant manifold. According to Nikola, as a result, our team has decided to replace the Romeo packs on existing customer battery electric trucks with an alternative solution. Unlike most safety recalls, where the supplier of the defective component contributes to the cost of the recall, well, Nikola owned Romeo Power, so they're having to bear all the costs. Nikola said they expect to spend less than the accrual selling off the remaining battery electric trucks in inventory should bring in $13 million. Nikola expects another $10.7 million coming from accounts receivable. That means spending $38.1 million over the next 9 to 12 months. The company said they will assemble battery electric trucks as the orders are received. Nikola in June liquidated Romeo. Their assets were sold to Mullen Automotive. Nikola reported a $101 million loss from discontinued operations during the quarter. Despite the recall, Nikola said they've received an order for 47 battery electric trucks from one dealer in the third quarter. Nikola shipped 3 trucks, bought back 7, and built no new units during the quarter. Things kind of at a standstill. On to Mack Trucks, who says they have begun adding battery electric medium-duty models to the MD series of diesel trucks. The MD series has been sold since 2020. Demonstrations staged at the Sonoma Raceway in Northern California. Company executive says Mack's MD electric trucks entered production in October. They will begin appearing at dealerships sometime early next year. Class 6 and 7, they'll be called MD-E trucks for electric. Use a C electric powertrain consisting of a 260 continuous horsepower motor, 2 or 3 lithium-ion batteries, and controllers operating at 400 volts. According to the vice president of Mack's E-Mobility Division. What's the range of the trucks? Ranges are from 140 or 230 miles, enough for the vast majority of routes that mid-range trucks cover. So they say, according to studies. The E-models will get the same Meritor front and rear axles used in the diesel models. Motors are separate from the axle differential. Cabs and chassis, complete with air brakes, are likewise taken from the diesels. Changes limited to what's needed to support the electric propulsion, according to the CEO. Now, what about the cost? Yes, because electric trucks cost about twice as much as diesels. I said the company is setting up what they're going to call a subscription finance service called Mac Electrify to help on the monetary side of acquisition. Electrify will lend or lease charging stations and other infrastructure needed to fuel the trucks when they return from their routes. They will also assist buyers in dealing with electric utilities to supply sufficient power and are installing solar panels and wind turbines to generate their own power. Yeah, we shared the story earlier this week. It takes a lot of juice to charge these electric battery packs for the big trucks. About a minute before a news update. Brain Dead checks in on a Friday. If we can make it through the news break, looks like we'll get to Rubber Duck. Eagle going to chime back in. Who else on board? We'll get to the calls all ahead as a Friday comes on. Been talking for several months, or actually the last couple of years. We're having a difficult time finding recruits to serve in our armed forces. Hundreds of Army officers have suddenly been ordered to become recruiters. According to military.com, the orders come as the Army is attempting to increase its recruiting force by 800 soldiers by the end of this year. Now, they recently experienced a breakdown in recruiter tracking that's led to fewer retained recruiters than the Army expected, prompting the service to issue orders that could have a major impact on soldiers who may be forced to relocate with their families in the middle of a school year. Given the 6-day heads up, we have zero time to plan child care. According to one unnamed non-commissioned officer, we can barely find and afford child care during the week as it is, so now my wife may end up having to quit her job entirely because it's impossible to find on the weekend.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Earlier today, the House approved an aid package to Israel, marking the first significant test of Representative Mike Johnson's speakership. The bill, although still faces challenges in becoming law, passed with a vote of 226 to 196. 12 Democrats voted in favor, while 2 Republicans voted against it. The package aims to provide $14.3 billion to Israel as it expands its military operations in Gaza in response to the unprecedented Hamas terror attack in early October. Donald Trump's 2 oldest sons have finished their time on the stand in his civil trial in New York City.
Former President Trump's son Eric testified in the civil trial against the Trump Organization on Thursday. That followed testimony from his brother Don Jr. Wednesday. Don Jr. spoke to reporters outside the courthouse after Eric's testimony.
The banks in question made hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, think about this, right? They are not claiming that they're a victim. They are not saying that they were misled.
The state accuses Eric, Don Jr., the former president, and other organization members of inflating financial statements for advantageous loans, insurance policies, and deals. They have all denied those allegations. I'm John Schaefer.
Desmond Mills Jr., one of the former Memphis police officers accused in the killing of Tyree Nichols, has pleaded guilty to federal charges. Mills Jr. pleaded guilty to 2 of 4 federal charges in a Tennessee court earlier today and also agreed to plead guilty to state charges. Parents at a New Jersey high school express outrage as their daughters discovered AI-generated fake explicit images of themselves circulating among classmates, leading to humiliation. A boy later admitted that the real photos were used from social media to create fake nude images. The school is investigating the incident following reports to the administration. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Toyota has issued a recall affecting over 1 million vehicles. A recall announced on Wednesday specifically pertains to select RAV4 models spanning from 2013 to 2018. Toyota has identified a problem with the replacement batteries, which have the potential to trigger a fire, and is actively working on a resolution for the issue. The next Federal Open Market Committee meeting will be held on December 12th and 13th. At this time, the chairman says he expects to keep the rate the same. Lance Pry has more.
Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell told reporters the central bank will not raise the Fed's interest rate at their next meeting. The interest rate is what banks pay the government for money, which in turn combats inflation. But the side effect is what we're seeing now in America. Everything is very expensive. It's the second meeting in a row the Fed held interest rates steady following 11 rate hikes, including 4 this year.
2 border state congressmen from different sides of the aisle are asking Congress for more funds for first responders to handle a surge of illegal immigration. Arizona Democrat Ruben Gallego and Texas Republican Michael McCall sent a joint letter to the chair of the House Appropriations Committee. The letter outlines the burden being taken on by local police and firefighters. CBS has nearly sold out of the Super Bowl commercial slots, a departure from the usual last-minute rush. CBS's pricing at around $7 million for a 30-second spot is consistent with the 2023 big game broadcast. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here comes final hour on a Friday. Real quick, picking up where we left off. Getting the word, hey, you're a recruiter now. According to military.com, while the Army has approximately 10,000 recruiters, the recruitment force has been significantly declining over the past year. As a result, some recruiters have told military.com they've been forced to work additional hours or been fired for failing to meet the recruitment quotas. In response to public backlash against the Army's sudden orders, Lieutenant General Doug Stitt issued an apology in statements to reporters this week. I'd like to open up and first of all apologize to the soldiers and the families that received this last-minute notification. It's not lost on me, particularly at this point in time, the impact this last-minute notification and now being on the cusp of the holidays that has on our soldiers and our great NCOs as they navigate a process to support the recruiting enterprise. Now, he explained that if a soldier has a family situation, professional situation, or a life situation that hasn't been identified by the chain of command, human resources command, or a career manager, we're going to talk to that soldier. We're going to work through this to ensure we have the right NCOs at the right time to perform this vital mission. All right. Spokesperson for Army Chief of Staff Randy George also explained that when George caught wind of how this was communicated to members of the force, he immediately directed the Army to reassess this effort, directed the staff to get commanders involved in the process, take into consideration operational readiness, the soldiers, and their families. All right, everything's just kind of convoluted there, right? Meanwhile, in the Middle East, some of the latest developments amid the international calls for Israel to pause. Let's pause our operations against Hamas. Yeah, they need humanitarian aid, including fuel. We need fuel to flow into Gaza. Well, that is reports that Hamas has stockpiled an estimated 200,000 gallons of fuel for its rockets that they fire into Israel and to sustain their underground tunnel system. According to NBC News, Hamas has amassed fuel through the demands to hold talks about hostages. And according to Israel, they're stealing it from the actual Gazan hospitals that are running low on it. It confirms what we've been saying. If you send humanitarian aid into Gaza, it's just going to sustain Hamas. They could care less about the civilians. They're stealing it from the hospitals. Now, the international community wants to supply them with more fuel that will ostensibly end up in the hands of Hamas. Now, Biden actually joined the cause for Israel to pause yesterday, which immediately drew backfire from congressional Republicans. Tom Cotton of Arkansas posting, Biden is now secretly pressuring Israel to allow fuel into Gaza? Hamas has huge reserves of fuel they could use for civilians, but instead stockpiles for their rockets and their terror tunnels. Biden literally wants to fuel Hamas's war machine. Israel should flatly reject this outrageous pressure campaign, confident that Congress will have its back. Ted Cruz also weighed in, said this is obscene. Biden poured hundreds of millions of dollars toward Hamas, who then turned around, massacred 1,400 Israelis, dozens of Americans. Now he wants to pressure Israel to stand down so Hamas can regroup. He's even pressured Israel to send more fuel to the Gaza Strip, which Hamas has seized and will seize to use to attack Israel. While the Israeli military estimates Hamas is sitting on 200,000 gallons, one scholar said it's hard to know for sure. We don't know how much they have. We definitely don't know how much they need, because no one is sure to what extent this underground city goes. But what is certain, as far as Israel defense sources is concerned, is how the terrorists are getting it. Israeli Defense Forces released intercepted audio communications this week of a conversation between a Hamas commander and two others at Indonesia Hospital in North Gaza that it says is proof that Hamas is taking gas from the hospitals. The Biden administration knows Hamas is hoarding fuel. Blinken actually testified earlier this week, but will urge Israel today, Friday, to pause for aid that will include more fuel anyway. Blinken told the Senate Appropriations Committee this week Hamas has its own stockpile of fuel. If they cared a whit about the people, they'd make sure that it was used to fuel the hospitals. Be able to operate the incubators. Of course, they don't care. We're working on a mechanism that can give fuel to where it's needed, particularly if it's just hospitals, bakeries, and desalinization plants. Anyway, Israel's former national security advisor says that Israel isn't blocking aid into Gaza. It's blocking fuel that Hamas needs to fight Israel. They did announce earlier this week they had come to an agreement to, I believe they're allowing 100 truckloads of humanitarian aid was the agreement they had come up with to flow into Gaza every day. Hopefully they're checking those loads closely to make sure it's not actually bringing more munitions to fight Israel in. But morning, Brain Dead. Happy Monday.
Thank you, Stephen. Happy Friday to you. I hope you got big plans for the weekend, like put up Christmas decorations and Christmas lights. And
Won't be long.
I'm surprised the princess ain't already dragged them out.
Right?
But no, last night after I got off the phone with you, you read that story about the assets of Yellow Freight.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't understand the logic of some of these companies. I really don't. I mean, you've got a dying company that's dead. How do you plan on revising the company and rebuilding the company with no customers, no employees, very little, if any, equipment? I mean, it makes no sense. And plus, didn't I hear the story right that that somebody bought the company and at $500 million and it wasn't even worth it or something like that? I can't remember exactly, but the company's was worth $5.4 billion. You're going to seek $1.5 billion, and you're going to get the government to restructure loans and all these creditors.
Yeah,
it's just like throwing good money after bad. You know what? I don't understand it too, because I've seen a lot on the Facebook group in the last, say, 12 hours or so of people getting calls from the union. Hey, would you go back? Would you go back? And the dingy one there, she asked me, she said, hey, would you go back? I said, I don't know. And to be honest with you, I really don't know. And that's the thing. A lot of us, we don't know what management's going to be involved. We don't know what money's going to be involved. But I feel that if the opportunity did arise, I probably will plan on staying over here at Kroger. But like I said, I got to see what they're going to offer first and go from there. But, oh, by the way, did you see the headline out of Memphis today where one of those officers that killed that, was it Tyree Nichols, took his plea deal?
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did, yeah.
Well, sad, but I sent you a few things earlier. I don't know if you saw the one about the police officer or not.
I shared the one. What was the one I did share earlier? The DA is trying to pick up the bear and feed the bear. What was the one about the officer?
It was an officer down in Florida who was suspended because he helped rescue helped save two little girls in a police chase. Mother and her friend bailed out.
Yeah, you were asking whether I didn't get to touch on that. You wanted to see what me and Pappy maybe thought about that because he's being painted as the bad guy.
Right. I mean, I'm sorry. These girls, I saw the picture like you did on the thumbnail. They had to have been 7, 8, something like that, terrified to death. I mean, it like that could have been a whole lot worse.
Mm-hmm.
Those two kids in there. They could be facing lawsuits and then some. But me personally, I think they went a little harsh on him.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Steve, you have a good weekend. Put up those Christmas decorations, and we'll holler at you later.
Thanks, Brain Dad. The story he's talking about, I think I neglected to print that up. That's why I forgot about it. From the Florida Sun-Sentinel. Some might call Carl Hirsch a hero. Carl is a Fort Lauderdale cop. He used his patrol cruiser to help stop a moving car that had two little girls in the back seat, but no driver. But instead of praise, he got a 20-hour unpaid suspension. Now, this happened back in January. There were no injuries, but it triggered an internal affairs investigation ordered by the chief. In May, the internal affairs investigation notified Hirsch he was being investigated for potentially violating department policy by, quote, carelessly, negligently, or intentionally causing waste, loss, or damage to any city property. In the process of stopping the runaway car, apparently, he caused nearly $10,000 in damage to his own squad car. Now, Hirsch was not able to comment because it's an investigation. He's got to get permission from the chief, they say. But he joined the force in 2019. Comes with a law enforcement lineage. His late father was a sergeant with the Fort Lauderdale Police. Mother has a long career as a traffic homicide investigator. Maternal grandfather, a retired Hollywood cop. But this, they say, was his third accident within the year. There's no dash cam footage of the accidents because Fort Lauderdale squad cars are not equipped with dashboard cameras, which is hard to imagine in this day. All three accidents, they say, were deemed as preventable. Officers with the Fort Lauderdale Police can face termination if they're involved in 4 preventable accidents within a year, according to the Human Resources Director. The mayor declined to comment on this particular suspension, as did the commissioner, who won police union support in his election last year. They all said they didn't feel comfortable commenting because they didn't have all the details. The department's policies and procedures designed to protect not only the officers but the public, according to the city manager. And the command staff relied on those policies when they reviewed the case. This was the officer's, city managers, this was the officer's third incident within a year. We follow a matrix that tells us what action to take. We took action based on the recommendation made by the chief. Now, would the outcome have been different if this was his first accident, say? He said, I can't say, but he said he plans to ask staff to review the department policies to see if there's room for improvement. If there is, we're happy to take a look at it. We can always do better, he said. Hirsch was involved in 2 accidents 3 days apart, March of last year. In the first incident, he hit another car while backing up his squad car, damaged one of the wheels. He got written counseling for that. Second incident, hit another vehicle while driving through an intersection. No one was injured, but investigators determined he did not have the right-of-way. For that, he was given a 1-day unpaid suspension. He appealed that, wound up with a written warning instead, and also had to go through driver training. So they go through a bunch more on the story and whatnot, but yes, is it a blow to morale? Rubber Duck, what's happening on a Friday?
Hey, so let's talk about people getting fired for making mistakes in a vehicle real quick. I left yesterday, and I was on the phone with Kimmy, and she says, holy crap, there's a tractor trailer trying to come down our street. However, he didn't make it. He was following his car GPS. He made a right turn onto a very, very narrow city street. Then was going to follow his car GPS to make a left turn because the railroad tracks were closed, when all he had to do was stay on US 35 and go down to Route 2 and make a right turn.
Yeah.
When Kim went to find the driver, she saw some high school kids standing by the trailer. I mean, this thing's pretzeled. She got a good video of it. And I got to commend my boys at the towing company, my other side of the division. They did great. He was hiding in the bunk behind the curtains. The driver door was wide open. Truck's running. It's pretzeled, trying to make a left-hand turn. Hasn't knocked the telephone poles down yet. It's driven into somebody's front yard with the moose bumper on the passenger side of it. But he's hiding in the bunk.
Wow.
And he speaks very little English.
Surprise.
Now, our local police officers were a little upset that the wife worked with the driver and got a hold of his company and got help coming. I don't know if he got any tickets for being where he was at, but I know they got a pretty good tow bill. It took 2 trucks to get him out of his mess. It took a rotator to swing the trailer around the corner and another truck to pull him, out of the lady's front yard and down the street.
Mm.
But my point is he said he'd been driving for a year, but he'd been with this company for less than a week, and he was on his own. And I sit here tonight with a foreign-owned company sleeping next to me that has been in business half the time that my company has. They have 46 trucks, and their out-of-service ratio is almost 11% higher than the standards. Their accident ratio is also in 10% higher. They've made numerous Facebook posts here lately for sticking things underneath bridges and trying to raise the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
But they're still in business. And when you look at their rating, it says not specified. This doesn't make sense to me. They said we have all this technology, we have all these things. By the way, I've improved my driver safety rating with my little E-Log snitch from a 54 to an 83 because I slowed down. But how are these companies, they're going to close up? They have 11 companies, 11 addresses in 11 different cities under the same name. They don't have an office there.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have people there. Nobody's going out and investigating these people and checking them and making sure that they're right. But yet they ran 4 million miles to my 200,000 for me and the boss. Now think how much money they made. And they're a revolving door for drivers. And none of them, you can't communicate with them. If they bring something to me, there's a translator calling me on the phone getting directions to come in my shop. They can't even find my shop. And it's a shame. We're held to a standard. We're expected to keep things the way we're supposed to keep them, but nobody's going in and checking anybody that's coming in behind us.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's late, but I'm getting ready to start that Highway 35 ride from down here on the river. I'm going to go all the way up to the top, see if I can find a lake by tomorrow night and go home and eat dinner.
All right. Well, safe travels and enjoy the dinner. I guess Kimmy's going to fix you something nice.
I don't know what we're going. Hopefully it's tacos or something. But it's a beautiful time to come up through West Virginia, southwestern Ohio, and everything, or southeastern Ohio. It's with the leaves changing. And by the way, Highway 50 is not a shortcut. Nope. It's not a shortcut. You're better coming down to Charleston and going up 79. That's all I got to say. And by the way, that town of Summersville, West Virginia, that's a nice little town down there you got. They spell it wrong, though. They spell it with a U.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in, Rubber Duck. Have a great weekend.
All right, Big Daddy.
As I said, safe travels.
You too.
All right. I got a news break about a minute away, so we'll hang on and come back. Lines available at 844-844-3388. But FreightWaves this past day kind of breaking down, is there the proverbial trucking bloodbath that is going on right now? We've seen lots of companies exiting the industry. It doesn't even seem like the broader economy even knows we're in a recession. Based on trucking, we are. And according to Steve Troyer, president of California Midwest Express, a 30-truck fleet, he says we're in a good one. The American people are spending a large chunk of their income on durable goods than they did before the pandemic. We saw a big surge in spending. If Americans are spending so much, why aren't the truck drivers seeing a boom in freight at the same time? So that's kind of the teaser. We'll come back with more on the story again after the news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. More American citizens are leaving the conflict-ridden Gaza region, according to National Security Council Representative John Kirby. 74 Americans crossed from the Gaza Strip into Egypt today.
Embassy Cairo has deployed a consular team to the Rafah crossing to support all these folks, make sure they get back to the embassy, and then we work with them on onward movement as appropriate.
Hunter Biden alleges that right-wing critics are exploiting his addiction. In a recent USA Today op-ed, President Biden's son stated that his struggle has been manipulated as fuel for a malicious and prolonged disinformation effort aimed at his father. Texas Ranger fans won't have to wait long to celebrate their first World Series championship. A parade will be held tomorrow in Arlington, starting at 12:15 p.m. Central Time. The parade will begin in front of Globe Life Field and circle back around to the ballpark. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hello to Truck and Phil. Good morning. Semper Fi. He says, happy Friday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation of the great product of Stay-Built. Today, a mild 58 Fort Wayne, 57 Sterling Heights. We're ready to do our thing. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and flip back. Time to get the leaves all raked up, at least the ones that are down, for the city to take them away. The rest may end up buried under the snow for the winter. Who knows? We'll see. Hopefully, they'll blow down this weekend. Anyway, be safe out there. Only 52 days till Christmas. Wow. You could really start looking at we haven't started doing any Christmas shopping. Start like how many paychecks we got left. There ain't many. Uh-oh. Steve, Columbus, Ohio. Morning. All the listeners out there. Friday, finally here. A weekend is almost here, and we're really looking forward to these next couple of days off. Coffee is poured. Car's ready. We're bundled up. Time to head in for another cold day in the trash business. Everybody enjoy the day. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you much, guys. Appreciate you chiming in. Thanks for listening in when you start your day here with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Back to the trucking industry, freight waves. We all know trucking is a highly cyclical industry. During good times, manufacturers deliver more equipment to trucking fleets that want to expand and capture that extra business and the profits. Individuals open their own trucking fleets. Many owner-operators, right? Individual companies. The boom typically lasts less than a year. Inevitably, so much capacity enters the industry and depresses the rates again. Whatever trend outside of trucking that was spurring all that new demand usually runs dry as well. That means too many trucks, not enough freight. The federal government tracks the number of trucking authorities created or shut down every month. Authorities are often put out of service after they fail to pay insurance premiums. Now, in typical up cycles, a few hundred net trucking authorities are created. Then a few hundred net trucking authorities are destroyed when the market flips less than a year later. The most recent freight upcycle quashed that pattern. The upcycle began around June of 2020 when the government approved about 500 net trucking authorities. That reached a fever pitch in the summer of 21 when around 2,000 net trucking authorities were created in a month's time. It wasn't until June of 22 when that cycle turned and net trucking authorities flipped back to negative. The pandemic trucking boom lasted twice as long as a typical upswing, and every month created many times more trucking companies than a typical red-hot trucking cycle month would. There is still a massive excess of trucking authorities, according to the federal data. In January of 2020, there were about 255,000 authorities. Now there are around 363,000 authorities. Most of these businesses are small fleets with fewer than 10 trucks. Tens of thousands of those carriers have already shut down, according to a FreightWaves analyst of the data. An estimated 35,000 new trucking companies shuttered in the fiscal year that ended September 30th. Now, for the last 10 years before that, the average number of out-of-service orders were 15,000 and some change. Now, we know about the average per-mile spot rates for trucking fleets is down to $1.54, down more than 11% from last year, down 34.5% from the year 2021. At the same time, though, the cost of fuel, replacement parts, insurance, and everything else has soared. Brian Carl is a New Mexico truck driver who has his own authority. He says jobs are so scarce and poorly paid right now that he has to save up just to get a damn oil change. His gross earnings this year will be 33% less than they were in 21, but the cost of everything like repairs, diesel, and routine maintenance has soared. He says, everything I'm paying for, I'm not getting paid more for. Something's gonna break. Reflecting that, trucking carriers are only rejecting about 3.5% of contract loads, according to the Outbound Tender Reject Index. That's even lower than 2019 and 2022, which were two challenging years for truckers. We're going to have to see trucks leave the market for rates to come back down. We've got to have a stronger economy for the rates to come back up. Americans are buying stuff again. Well, hallelujah. The U.S. economy grew faster than expected in the third quarter at 4.9%, the biggest uptick since the fourth quarter of 2021. Much of that boost came, though, from increased purchase of durable goods. For this increase, thank the slowdown of inflation and the relentless urge for people to go on a shopping spree. But why aren't trucks seeing the boom? You had these insane months where there was 1 million new jobs and spending growth was 9%. No one expected that would last forever. That did not stop more than 100,000 truck drivers from opening their own trucking companies. And while it's easy enough for the American consumer to scale up or scale down their spending, truck drivers can't turn on or off their level of capacity as easily. The only level of freight demand that could support the excess trucking capacity is one that matches the great shopping spree of 2021. That ain't happening again. The analysts believe the trucking industry will only become healthy again when a significant chunk of those authorities get cleared out of the business. That likely means the collapse of tens of thousands of trucking businesses, even beyond the tens of thousands that have already shut down. For his part, Carl, the New Mexico truck driver, he said he's not keen on closing down his business. I don't want to give up what I've worked so hard for, but that's where we stand. And so we're going to continue to see many of these smaller operations exiting the industry. And for anyone to try, right at this point in time, for anyone to try to say there's a driver shortage, that is laughable. Yeah, you're at a point right now when you've got to get more drivers off the road. But I digress. Brother Ambler on a Friday.
Well, praise God, Steve, and I tell you, you mentioned the story a while ago about spending money and retailers and stuff. Me and my wife, we decided, you know what? We wanted to have an experience versus trying to spend money on gifts this year, and we have got a trip planned. We love football, and once again, congratulations to the Texas Rangers. We love baseball too, but in my family, we love ice hockey, and we're hockey fans. We're proud supporters of the Mississippi Seawolves, because that's about the only local team we got. Our beloved city of Mobile, Alabama, just don't want to support baseball. They don't want to support hockey, so that's why you got the Atlanta Gladiators. They were once the Mobile Mystics, and you got the Huntsville Trash Pandas. That was once the Mobile Bay Bears. So go figure. But we have got a planned trip that we're going to take as an experience as a family. Well, we are going because we all agree that our favorite hockey team, well, my favorite is the Dallas Stars. I've always been a Stars fan. But we all agree that we love the Detroit Red Wings, and we love Billy Husso. We love Ryan Larkin. So we're all going to we got a trip planned, and I'm going to be on vacation during the week before Christmas. So we're going to Detroit, Michigan, and we've got good seats. We paid a little over $400 for 4 tickets, and we got a nice hotel. We're going to have an experience versus trying to spend money and get gifts that ain't going to work in 2 or 3 years. So we're just going to have an experience as a family, go to a good hockey game. We'll be going to see the Red Wings versus the Anaheim Ducks. And we're going to have an experience as a family. And I told my wife, I said, if nothing else, we just get each other gift cards.
Mm-hmm.
And I like Whataburger, and you like Carrabba's, and we'll just do that and save us a lot of money. And the money we would be spending on gifts, we'll do something as a family, because our children has never flown on an airplane, so we're going to fly out of Atlanta to Detroit. We're just going to have a good time, Steve. So that's what we're going to do with our Christmas, and so trying to spend money and everything like that.
Interesting.
So,
yeah.
But praise. Well, yeah. I mean, you know, we were going to try and have a Smoky Mountain Christmas, but everything's booked up. So we're like, you know what? We all love hockey. We love going and watching it live, and I never had been to an NHL game, and so we're like, you know what? We can all agree. We all like the Detroit Red Wings. So we was like, well, we either go to Dallas or we go to Detroit. I'm like, man, let's go to Detroit. Just don't go to the common parts, as they said in that Eddie Murphy movie, Coming to America, when he said about Queens. Yeah, I don't want to go to the common parts of Detroit. I'll stay in the tourist part. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. But man, we've had a good show tonight, Steve, and I tell you, the Sandman collected his taxes on me the first half of it. So, but trust me, the listening audience definitely blew my phone up and let me know that the notorious SDK called up and was saying stuff about our Lord Jesus Christ. And then I heard what you said, and I'm not going to call the show up and start a whole Bible study. If people want to know more about the Bible,
was I pretty much on track, trying to help him understand? He tried to say the Jews don't believe in Jesus. No, the Jews, they don't believe that the Jesus that I believe was born, Virgin Mary, lived on this planet, crucified, put in the grave, rose from the dead, and we're awaiting a second coming. Am I right in that?
Yes, you are very right. You're very much on track. There's a lot of Jews that have. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Steve.
I was going to say, and the Jews, I guess most of the Jews right now are waiting Jesus to come for the first time. Like they don't believe he's ever been here. But it's not that they don't believe in Jesus. It's the same Jesus they're awaiting that we're awaiting for a second coming.
That is correct. We are awaiting, and you'll never see rapture in the Bible, but you will see resurrection.
Right.
We're awaiting the rapture of the church. And then after the rapture, there will be a second coming, which is in Zechariah chapter 14, verse number 4. When Jesus comes back and steps foot on this earth, he'll split the Mount of Olives in half on both sides. And in Revelation chapter 19, it also says that, and the Christ that the Jews are waiting on is why he's going to be so accepted by the world is the Antichrist, because the Antichrist is going to embody everything that Isaac and Ishmael, meaning the Jews and the Muslims, are waiting for. See, the Muslims are waiting for the Messiah to come too, believe it or not. And he will bring peace for 3.5 years. He will sign a peace treaty for 3.5 years. But after that, and after the temple is built, that's when the Antichrist will reveal who he really is and turn his back on the Jews. And the other 3.5 years, they'll be almost annihilated, Steve. And it says in Revelation 19, when they have the whole entire city of Jerusalem surrounded and they're about to wipe the Jews off the face of the earth, only then would they look up and see that the Christ that you proclaim and I proclaim will come back on this earth, and written on his vesture would be King of Kings, Lord of Lords, and the whole entire, deal with he'll be on a white horse. And the reason why Mount of Olives comes into this is because when he rode the donkey on Palm Sunday, he come as a man of peace. He rode a donkey through the Mount of Olives to the eastern gate. Well, now he's going to come as the man of war to destroy the Antichrist and the false prophet and cast them, being the first two, into the lake of fire. Then angels, which is Gabriel and possibly St. Michael, will lay hold of the devil, bound him in chains, and throw him in the bottomless pit for 1,000 years. And that will in turn start the 1,000-year millennial reign upon this earth. But yeah, you are right. They do not believe that they don't believe that he even came. So they're anticipating this Antichrist to come, but they will not see him as the Antichrist. They will see him as the Messiah. And that's why he's going to be so easily accepted. That's why there's red heifers been born in Israel. That's why the third temple is already prefabbed and ready to be thrown up. Everything is in place and ready. That's why I keep on saying I don't focus on what's going on in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I keep an eye on it, but I'm focused on what's going on in Israel. And I have been for many years, because that's going to be the telltale sign. But I didn't want to turn your show into a big Bible study, and I know you probably got a couple of more callers that want to come in. If you want to know any more God's children, you can join us at the Determined Ministries Church, 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, 6 o'clock Eastern Time. You can come and join us. And, Steve, I'm not no one's judge. I'm not. My Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and his Father, God, are the judge. I let them judge. You know what? I just want you to come on and join us. I don't care what you look like. I don't care how you dress. I don't care. I just want you to come on, because we have a church, Steve, that you can come on and be a part of. All you got to do is log in on Facebook Live, and Steve, we're right there, man, just like you are on Facebook Live. And you know, Steve, you can ask anybody of this show that tunes in. I proudly, right after the show, I always sit down. I like to get personal. So when I have an altar call, I sit down in front of the camera and also in front of the congregation, so I can have like a personal, intimate conversation with everybody. But you can ask anybody that follows us. At the very end, before I say what the Lord's laid on my heart or to say, when I end each and every program, I always say, go check out a good friend of mine named Steve Summers. If you're up, go make you a sandwich, stick him out at the 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern, and be a first-time caller. Get yourself some of that Hot Shot Secret. $60 voucher, Steve. You can't go wrong with
That's
that,
right.
man.
Yes, sir.
$60 voucher. And all you have to do, when you get that $60 voucher, hotshotsecret.com, and go spend it. And I tell you, and who was it that called last night and gave the 10% here, 10%? And you can make that work into your favor also. You certainly can. But like I said, you will be back on the air live Sunday night, Monday morning, and we're happy to have you. And like I said, I'll be happy to have you. Just come on, be with us, and we're going to preach the truth and sing some of them good old gospel songs you possibly grew up with. Steve, and here's the thing I say every Sunday and every time when I get off the phone with you, and this is something that God laid on my heart to say, as always, this: love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler loves you, and Steve Summers loves you, and all the members of this show who know the Lord Jesus Christ, we love you too. And come on back, join Steve Summers, and join us at the Determined Ministries Church, where we welcome you and we'll give you a big old virtual hug. Unless you want to come and see me in person, you have to come to the port city of Mobile, and we'll still give you a hug. Steve, you have a blessed and wonderful weekend. Everyone out there, we love you, and God bless you. You have a great weekend. Bye-bye now.
Thank you, Rambler. And and don't forget, if you neglect to turn back your clock this weekend, we're falling back Saturday night into Sunday morning. If you forget to turn your clock back, you'll be tuning in for Brother Rambler and sitting there. So you'll wait a whole hour before he comes on. And if you forget to turn your clock back, you'll tune in at the midnight hour and say, isn't Steve on tonight? Oh, I forgot to turn. Yeah, fall back. Turn the clock back this weekend. Yeah, you get an extra hour of sleep, right? Philip.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, woke up a little early this morning coming into work. Figured I'd give you a buzz. How y'all doing today?
Doing good.
Hey, I know I ain't got much time to talk here, but I know yesterday I went on a kind of, I wouldn't call it a rant, but I just talked a little bit about what's going on with the things with drugs in America and things coming from the border and whatnot. Mm-hmm. I just wanted to point out something real quick, and I seen this yesterday, and you guys can look this up. They're having a real bad problem with it right now in Loudoun County, Virginia, at a high school in Sterling, Virginia called Parkview. And if you don't believe the numbers of their folks, they've had 8 overdoses in one high school. And it was fentanyl-based stuff that the kids were getting a hold of. So I don't know if anybody knows that area. I mean, it's new to me. I mean, I imagine Gilligan or some of those guys might know it. But it's out there, folks. So I just wanted to point that out, Steve, real quick before I know you're getting ready to go. And but just on my way to Walmart, going to work, having another day at the job. So I want everybody to have a good weekend, and we'll catch y'all later, buddy.
You do that. Thanks for chiming in here on a Friday morning. I guess typically we do hear from Philip when we kick things off on our Monday mornings. Do we have time real quick like here? Knuckle Buster. Well, we ain't got a lot of time.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, I was watching a portion of Nick Sabane's speech. He was talking about his wife there and his son. He said when he first met his wife, he worked in a gas station. He was always greasy and nasty, and she wouldn't have nothing to do with him. So once he went to school and then got into football, she married him, and he went back for a homecoming, and he told his wife, said, the guy you used to date owns that gas station now. And he said, see, if you'd have married him, that's where you'd be at. She said, no, I wouldn't. He would be the head coach of Alabama if I'd have married him. So, well, some easy games this weekend. University of Connecticut versus Tennessee. Ohio State should beat Rutgers. Here's some schools. Missouri and Georgia will be a tough game. Texas A&M versus Ole Miss will be a tough game. Oklahoma and Oklahoma State's going to be a tough game, and so will Notre Dame versus Clinton. Urban Meyer says he didn't think that Michigan was actually doing the stealing on the sign thing, but we'll see. They got a bunch of allegations coming out that really ain't all that good there, you know. So, well, I will tell people, go to church this weekend, Saturday or Sunday. It don't make no difference what day it is. Even go watch Brother Rambler's show on Sunday there. So, and I'll let you wind this thing up for the weekend. Have a great weekend, Mr. Steve Summers. It's been great talking to you this week.
All right. Thank you so much. Knucklebuster, you have a great weekend as well. Look forward to chatting next week. All right. Well, even on a casual Friday, we didn't have the time to get back to Scarecrow. I apologize. You know what? We'll make up for it. We'll have plenty of time next week, right? But, lastly, guys, mentioned, don't forget it is fall back week. So when you go to bed Saturday night, you're supposed to flip the clocks back. You'll have an extra hour to wake up bright and refreshed on your Sunday morning. We'll see you at the midnight hour there Sunday night. Hope you'll join us.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. seems you accept in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.